All right, let's party. Yeah. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Easter. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you don't celebrate, that's also cool too. Honestly, I did not do really anything. I had a good day. I did really zero actually Eastery things. But how you doing? How you doing, Matthew? How you doing, Jay? Congratulations on your first. Ooh, you're only 5 off from the supremely nice, but also for Matthew. Supremely nice. How you doing, Zetai? How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing, Burrito? Welcome back from the dead. How you doing, Ars? How you doing? Welcome back. Well, yeah, welcome back from hell, AK. I think, you know what? That's like one of those things that, like, I'm sure New Jersey could be bad. I've never been through New Jersey, so it's all just been hearsay. New Jersey could be lovely. I don't know. The only bad place I can confirm that actually sucks dick is Gary, Indiana. Don't go to Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana is nightmares. There's a reason why everybody, if you can, escapes Gary, Indiana. How you doing, Lunoin? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing, Huggy Chainsaw? And how you doing, Steve? And how you doing, Ranchero? Oh, fucking, yeah. Such a good emote. That's such a good emote. I like Taiko's one of those games that I really want to do. I want to do a lot. Like I love playing it, but it's like I know you can play Taiko at home, but it like I feel like getting like the big arcade setup is where like the real magic is there. Yeah, the entire Jackson clan were from Gary, Indiana. And look how they turned out. I think Janet's fine. I don't know. I've not heard anything damning about Janet in particular, but yeah, hopefully you guys had a good day. We decided to do a hobby day at the LGS, so I've been just modeling all day, and it's been great. I got this guy all primed up and done. Let me zoom out because this is a large fucker. So Sons of Horus, Razorback. There we go. Let's go. It's a little dim at this angle. It'll be fine. Mostly just because I don't want to pop into these, and then also, like, snooze the ads for a little bit. I'm starting to see why I used to be like, why do people do like just starting streams for like 10 minutes? That feels excessive. And I'm like, oh, okay, I understand. Yeah, but like today's hobby day, the goal was to try to like, oh god, it was the fuck up majorly. But like I was trying to get rid of I was trying to get all my Death Guard guys built together. So like I built a bunch of like regular dudes. But I also had some like old resin plague bears that used to be on the Toad Rider. So I was like, yo, he got integrated. Got like used some extra like power fists so I could make a chaos, make a lord, not lord, like a sergeant or whatever. This is an upside down resin plague bear. A lot of Sprugu was used in all these. And then also I had some Primaris bits, so I decided to make a slashy dude because. Like, Lords of Silence was really cool because also this guy made us some the old Blightkings, which it's what I'm painting today, which is very funny. But yeah, we decided to do that, and that was really fun. Also, like I'm in that stage where like I'm starting to more and more be like, oh, if I could get that mini done before the move, that would be truly ideal. That would be great. That'll be fantastic. And how you doing, Noodles? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome. Your namesake for dinner tonight? Oh, let's go. My brain is so weeb-rotted that I saw that I read that as sake before sake, and I was like, oh, sake for dinner might be cool. I've had my usual like chicken dinner and also Wendy's, which I had the unfortunate Wendy's moments. There's basically just like one that was by the store, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna be there all day. And I was like, oh, cool. I haven't gotten Wendy's nugs for a while, and they forgot my nugs, so that was tragic. I've actually not stopped weeping. How you doing, Lana? How you doing? Welcome. But yeah, that's been good. This weekend was a lot of what's it called? This weekend was doing a lot of prep work for the move stuff. I basically now what I need to do for the move is I need to get internet and then start canceling things in my current location. I'm gonna start moving in as on this Friday. It's gonna be like, you know, it's gonna be basically super duper long. Wendy's that's such a fucking stretch. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? Friggin' oh, that's tricky. That's tricky because like that, you know, taking care of yourself is always good, but also Berg Berg is powerful. Also, just like I don't know if you feel about the saddle brown on them just yet. Okay, so I got saddle brown, and I got this like mahogany. Not that far off. Now this will still probably be fine. This will still probably be fine. Yeah, how you doing, Moss? How you doing? Yeah, I'm. At least so far, nothing is immediately triggering like oh, this move is gonna be rough. So far, everything seems to be pretty hunky dory, and I'm glad for that. We'll find out later. Also, usual heads up, like towards the end of the month, I might need to take like a week or two off to move. So just let you know, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I'm going somewhere, but like I still will be continuing. I'll just be on a bit of a break while I get that taken care of. Yeah, no, everything's going great. Like I got to spend like it's kind of funny because I went to like build models at the LGS, but that's like, it's like, oh, like what is the true meaning of Easter than hanging out with your friends and family and having a good time? I know it's eggs and candy. I know the real answer is eggs and candy. Listen, but like besides eggs and candy, I think I gotta have the most Easter I've had in a long time. Burger does sound great though. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, things have been going pretty good for me as of late. So I'm pretty excited. Also, I've been falling in love with like milk crates. I got me a couple of milk crates to help me. So I'm at the point where it's like, oh, I think my tabletop RPG books will explode it'll either explode a traditional like, moving box, or it'll make a moving box weigh 1 million pounds. Effectively, I don't want to like, I mean, this is not really docs info, but like I'm effectively moving probably somewhere in the ballpark of like 10, 15 minutes away from where I'm currently at. So like my plan right now at the moment is I'm probably going to take my car and load it up with stuff and just do a couple really small micro moves. And then at the very, very, very end, I'm going to like rent a truck and do all the big shit, like what's it called, like moving beds and cabinets and stuff, like not cabinets, but like anything that like could not realistically fit in a smaller car. I can stop that ad before it starts. That'd be cool. That'd be baller. No, arm strap. There we go. Let's see how you doing, Dark Muffin. Welcome. So yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. Also, for what I'm doing right now, these are the. It feels weird because of last week. I mean, legitimately, minis will be really easy to move because a lot of them have been made to be like quick and very portable, so I can take them to the LGS. That actually like doubles into making them really nice for just I could take them to the new place pretty easily. Especially because I have a lot of like shitty plastic shelves just because store. I need function more than form for all my minis, so. Those are also really easy to pack, so that's a blessing in disguise for sure. What straps you got? This guy's not particularly strapped. He's got some over there though. But yeah, this is not an expedition. I've actually technically been shopping near this area before, so it's also like not particularly new to me either. Overall, it's not too bad. I forgot this guy's got like straps on his shoes. Good. I kind of forget that this like some of these guys got like full shoes, some of them got bare ass feet, as one does. But what else did I do? Oh shit! I finished. I'm a little upset because I thought for some reason, and this is entirely my fault. I thought the Amazing Digital Circus was over, so I was like, oh, okay, 8-episode run feels right. And then I saw the ending of the last episode of like, it's like Key Smash bullshit. And I was like, oh fuck, is it going to end on that? And it's like the Amazing Digital Circus will end on June. And I'm like, oh fuck. I didn't want to set myself up. It's been a while. I will say, it has been a while since I've been like, ooh, I'm looking forward to a show thing in the future. Like that is kind of nice. There is like a kind of like fun to that I don't experience. Like I don't really seasonally watch anime anymore. That had like seasonal anime watching was a lot of that. Like getting excited for what was going to drop each season and also like watching it. I don't know if I don't think I really ever want to interact with the greater The Amazing Digital Circus like fan base at all, really. Like the fact that you guys are cool with it is cool, but like I'm YouTube is starting to think like, oh, are you going through withdrawals? Here's a bunch of weird fan bullshit that's like very like it's doing a lot of what's it called? It's doing a lot of like gamer theory stuff like, what does the number 57 mean? I'm like, oh god, okay. I will fully admit that I've not watched all the episodes with like a real critical eye, so like there's probably little bits I've missed. But that's at least for right now, that's fine. Yeah, Game of Thrones was like, I don't know if I would say that was the last one for me too, but it's definitely I feel you on that. I was one of those things where like a friend of mine was way more into Game of Thrones than I was because he read the books, and I kind of got dragged along into that. Yeah, I can see that. I could that definitely feels like a show that I feel like I could see the fan base being like ungodly annoying. But I like it as a show, and you know, you can't let a show's fan base ruin them, because like that's just kind of like I've heard some talks about the idea that like a lot of internet fan bases, no matter really what the material, are basically the same thing. Like there's now sort of like a generic internet like fan base kind of like template. I don't know if I could say Homestuck created that, or if that was like another show that came afterwards, or maybe that was even more of like an Undertale thing. But that kind of behavior is like not unique to really like any particular show these days or whatever. And so also, how you doing, that guy? How you doing? I'm painting my fat boys because they're like already really close. This is another one of those. It's like, well, I do know the way my brain works. I'm like, okay, these guys are pretty close. If I stop, like if I go work on something else, like, you know, if I kind of mix it up just to kind of keep things a little bit fresh, they're probably going to remain in limbo for like several months. Like I already have several projects that are like that, you know, the Pelagrath Brutes or whatever. They'll still need to be finished up. It's something like that. Goddamn. But oh well, come on. I just saw the fucking emote and I just got immediately flashbanged by that. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's hard to tell for me about like how much of the theories are like, has this person like read a book before, or is this just like, you know? It's also tricky because sometimes stupid theories can just be propagated as clickbait. Or like if you go like if somebody did a video that was like, is Jack secretly a gray alien? And you're like, that's stupid. But somebody could be like, well, by putting a title that is that stupid onto a YouTube thumbnail, some people have been convinced to take a look at that, and then, you know, in theory, like, you know, you're probably at that point just mostly just trying to grift them out of a view, but maybe that at least got some attention. And unfortunately, I think stuff like that's like terribly not uncommon. There's a lot of times where somebody like will say purposely something like misinformed online because, you know, that does get you attention. I'll also go max zoom in on these boys. There we go. Yeah, that guy. I do need to add some more YouTube tracks, but yeah, we're currently listening to that's why I kind of want to have that app there for if anyone in theory wants to vaguely know what I'm listening to. If you want to, like, I will recommend all the Mouth albums. They're really good. Ironically, I keep the music really quiet on my end, so it's probably not that different of like a mood, because at least for me, I rarely listen to my own music just because it's like I need some degree of background noise just while I do stuff, but I also need to keep it quiet enough so it doesn't interrupt my own thoughts, as weird as that sounds. Yeah. That's true, yeah. Like, Homestuck was definitely a thing. Like, it's... I'm sure there's other fan bases that have gotten crazy. I keep hearing, like, I'm very unaware of what exactly goes down in the Owl House. But from what I understand, that, like, unless you are like, oh, I'm a child and I watched this on the Disney, where it is naturally shown that everybody there is fucking insane. But yeah, because like Homestuck was also like, ironically, a lot of the things that Homestuck was sort of about, like Homestuck's ties to a very specific era of internet culture are like very fascinating, to the point where it is now functionally, because that era of internet culture is gone, it is like another one of those like time capsule pieces. Like what Well, like, what's the best way to say this? Like, okay, in Homestuck, at one point, like, the main kids were based off of, like, very specific internet archetypes, and the trolls were made of very specific internet archetypes. And then as a fun bit, Andrew Hussey did, like, you know, a bunch of stuff, but there's, like, let's just say there's, like, with zero Homestuck knowledge, there were alternate reality versions of the trolls. And the alternate reality versions of the trolls were based out of, like, basically, like, 2014 internet archetypes. And like those are already 12 years old. Like the fucking like obnoxious Tumblr social justice warrior archetype, but like which is one of the characters, like that doesn't really exist. Like the not saying that like different like you know like I'm not even counting like specific beliefs or whatever. I'm just talking about like a very like a person that would actively call like literally everything problematic, but like in a way that was kind of like overblown and goofy. Like that doesn't really exist anymore as like a character thing to kind of poke fun at. How you doing, Thunder Crusher? How you doing? How you doing? Probably Homestar Runner too. I will fully admit that I missed Homestar Runner. That's just one of those things that just like I just totally just missed out on. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Oh, looks like it's also probably. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mush that stupid ad break button, Gomen, because it's alas it do be time. So gotta rip the band-aid off. I might start doing that like 10 minutes of stream wind-ups. That way the first ad break is just already taken care of because this feels bad. But BRB. Part of me wants to change the dog, but I kind of love him. I kind of love that it was revealed to me in a Dream Borzoi. He's too powerful. He's too powerful. Maybe a little bigger, I can do that. There we go. All right, we're back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome. How you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing, Majide? Things have been going pretty good. I was doing a big hobby party today at like one of my LGSs, and that was fun. I got to work on a bunch of stuff, and I got that creative energy in me. Let's see. Also, unfortunately, I'm a Minotaur's friend, so we must duel now forever. Opposite sides of the bad damn war. How do we feel about conflict? What's it called? Conflict 47 seems neat. I do not have a World War II army that I could slot into, and whenever it's tricky because like World War II stuff, you can kind of use whatever minis you want, but if you and I'm sure you can basically use whatever you want for like the Conflict 47 stuff. I just know that every time I go to like the one LGS that's more historical based, it sells that near me. Every model is metal and there's like $1 bajillion, and I don't understand. I don't they're like almost as expensive as like Games Workshop, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like I'm in this. I'm usually like, I'll play basically any game at any point, but like that one I've not had the strongest desire to yet. But also because I just don't know anyone nearby that plays it. So I don't know. Maybe that'll change in the future. Who knows? So I decided to get a little bit of the oh shit! Hold on. I'm jumping the gun on the verdigris a little bit. I need to use I like doing the Nikala oxide. Nihilok, there we go. I always call it Nikala, and I don't know why. Like, do you ever just like get a word wrong in your brain, and like as try as you might, your brain won't like self-correct? Have they got new plastics? Okay, I'll concede on that. I only see metal models at the LGS, and it's possible that those are just old. That could totally be it. That could totally be it. Werewolves do seem cool though. Oh, werebears. Oh yeah, I guess Russians and stuff. That makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe like I'm not gonna say never. There very well might be a day where I'm just like, guys, I watched I watched a bunch of World War II documentary stuff, and I've fully made my transformation as a type of uncle. Or I do love word bears. I haven't worked on any in a crazy. I'm currently slowly building a Praetorian command squad for mine for Heresy. I got the parts printed out for them. I could have worked for that on them today, but I just kind of forgot to bring them to the shop. So, no word bearers yet. I don't know. I also will fully admit I do know some people who are like, oh, I love Trench Crusade because it's like historical adjacent. And usually, if I'm going to be honest, those people are playing New Antioch. My Trench Crusade models are very, very like I do have some New Antioch, but for the most part, I'm not very tied to I'm not very, very tied to any historical stuff. All my stuff is very fantasy and whatnot. Yeah, werebears. They all of them have been bitten by a radioactive Lorgar, and on the night of the full moon, they speak the truth of the universe. That just got some fun, actually, though. Yeah, oh god, I still have my I forget the Spartan from the Horus Heresy box. That is a I think it's a Land Raider variant. I still got mine. I need to do something with. Especially because like for a while I was hitting that like option paralysis of like, oh, everything of mine ever needs to be magnetized, and that stopped me from actually finishing a lot of shit. So yeah, that's fair. I like my Sultanate stuff isn't particularly historical based because I'm leaning on the alchemy angle. My what else is let's see. My Grail is my Grail are just horrible bug dudes. I love my horrible bug dudes, but they do not really have much going on historically. But yeah, so I don't know. I could totally see someone be like, oh, I love how like it's like the alt history part of Trench Crusade is really appealing, and I could totally get that. But for me, it does whatever. Yeah, my historical homunculi. I guess you could kind of do something like that. Did I get a little bit of blue there? I think I did. Like I said, all these guys were like relatively far along. I just definitely have a lot of getting very, very small bullshit taken care of, which should be fine. But yeah, I was gifted a Primaris tank like 3 Christmases ago that I held off on because I was trying to magnetize the fucking repulsor tank or whatever. I have like the transport tank. They have like a transport tank and then like a tank from the hover lines. That motherfucker has so many goddamn variants. It's like straight up like, oh yeah, there's variants for like, do you have a guy in the top? What weapon does the guy in the top have? There's like 8 sponson weapons. There's like a bunch of, there's like back-mounted missiles and side-mounted missiles. And I was trying to magnetize all those. And that was a mistake. I should not have done that. Luckily, I think I can still finish it. Maybe, right now it's packed. So I need to pop it out to like get back into the shit with that. I would like to get back into the shit of that. Yeah. A lot of times, I mean, technically both factions have like Orichalcum is in the setting as a way to give church members like cool super tech. Like, even though it is like a World War I thing, you know, a lot of World War II stuff slips in because like the tech is kind of uneven. But yeah, I can see somebody's like, I want more. Cause like, I remember even like, I will say a while ago when I was trying to build my naval raiders, I was really looking to doing that like the idea of like the frogmen, which are kind of like I think it's more of like definitely a way more modern concept, but it's like those kind of like dudes with like really sick, like chainmail veils. They do a bunch of like kind of like underwater, like kind of like, they're not like scuba diving, but they're like coming in from swamps to fuck shit up. I always thought that look was really cool. I remember when I was looking though, I couldn't find like a really good series of minis that really covered that niche particularly well. So I haven't looked in a while though. I haven't looked in a while. Yeah, I'm excited for the Carcass Front quite a bit. A friend of mine's also willing to go halvesies on the box, which I'm excited for. I'm basically like, hey, listen, I don't want the pilgrims. I don't think the pilgrim models are bad. I just kind of have all my pilgrim needs already met. And technically I already have some like naval raiders. So, but yeah. So I'm trying to see if I can get my friend to go halvesies on that box, which would be very handy. Because then I don't have to get both. I can just get one. I can just get one half. It's also kind of weird because I did the Kickstarter. I spat water everywhere. Because I did the Kickstarter, I do actually have like, I'm going to be getting pretty much all the rules in digital format. But I think it'd be cool to get like a physical copy of all that stuff. I think a physical would be neat for sure. Yeah, also a couple STLs, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Hell yeah, I'm glad that guy that you're getting that. How you doing, Sam? Am I late? Not really. I mean, I've been going for like 30 minutes, so nothing too crazy. Once again, I think the only time I would actively be like, sorry, you are late, is if somebody shows up, like, you know, like when I'm talking about what I'm gonna be doing like during the next stream or in a week, and I'm looking for a raid target. That's usually when I'm like, oh, that boat's been missed a little bit, but even then it's like, whatever. Not even particularly a big deal. Yay, let's go. That'll definitely get you enough points in for sure. I don't know. I know that they're supposed to be pretty flexible with the warbands in the Carcass Front box, so I'll be curious what people are making with that. I'm mixing a little bit of plum with this like lighter purple, because like the for all the like fabrics, like basically like the little dangly bits. I'm trying to get like a good darker plum, like trying to get this plum to be just light enough that like a dry brush can like get there. I mean, luckily, you do have a 3D printer. I feel like finding like a lamb STL and then adding that to some like chain wire probably would not be particularly hard. I think you got it. There we go. Excellent. I was a little worried how this mix is going to turn out, and the answer apparently pretty good. This is not quite a full dry brush. This is a shitty brush. Never mind. Hey, it's all good, that guy. Take it easy, and I'll be painting for a while if you pop in later. This is definitely going to like dirty up. I'll probably need a highlight again later, and I'll be fine. Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh, you're saying that you want to remove the lamb. In that case, you might just replace the lamb with something else. Like you could just cut the lamb off and maybe put like actually you could put one of those they do have the whole thing with like the millstone. You could just put like a millstone there maybe. Better not a butter. Welcome. How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on Big Chunkus, and several of them actually. It's going pretty good though. It's going pretty good. How you doing? How you doing? That fabric back there? Yeah, probably. Probably not a bad idea just to get that little fabricy bit painted. But how you doing? How you doing? I've been doing good. I had myself good Easter. What's happening here? I had such a good Easter that I've lost the ability to talk. Oh, you're right. Gotcha. I will say, as a heads up, it's really hard to remember specialized nicknames. I will try. Feel free to remind me a bunch, but I'll probably forget a couple of times. It's not like out of spite. It's just I forego a lot. Comes with the title. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm at that point where it's like I think I'm kind of at the point that if they never released another faction for Trench Crusade again, I'd be fine. Like I'm excited for the Church of Metamorphosis, but I don't really need any other factions in the game, to be honest. I'm good with what they got for sure. Don't call me Shirley. It's been a hot minute since I watched Airplane, and every now and then I'm like, I should watch Airplane again. It's been a bit. It's definitely been a bit. I totally forgot to do like an entire chunk of Horn, which will be fine because Horns are definitely one of those things that need to touch up for literally everyone. I gotcha. Got like a little metal bit there that I gotta touch up. It'll be fine. The goal today is to get everyone to the enamel stage as usual. And then probably work on the Sons of Horus Rhino while I'm waiting. Oh, I also do have another. So I'm probably going to start this model next week. Like, not next week. I just, on Tuesday. God damn. How's you doing, Fuber? How you doing? Like my what's it called? I know Sunday's the start of the week, but for me it's the weekend. It's it's the way it works. It's the way it works. I got like 9 to 5, like working at a job view of how days of the week work. Sunday's the weekend, and thus weekend it shall remain. But yeah, let me show everyone the big boy real quick. Let me show you the big boy real quick. All right. Firmly grasping. Behold, chicken. Big chicken. Big turnip chicken. Large lad. Super duper large lad. I finally got him finished and primed. So this is gonna take me a bit, but I'm look at that fat cock. But yeah. So what happened was this came with 4 heads, and I was like, yes, I will do all the above, please. Yeah, I think this head's got some Skeksis vibes. I like put that one's tongue in like this one's face, and you basically got a Skeksis. Sorry, too slow. Yeah, I'll probably be working on it. Probably on shit. I'm pretty excited about. Everybody at the shop is starting to run theirs a bit more, so I'm like, okay, I gotta get on that shit. Coffee, hell yeah, let's go. Turnip, everything in turnip is done in inches, as far as I'm aware. I don't think there's like the only measurements on millimeters are bases, and that's just because like it's going off of the Games Workshop standard for bases. That's really it. Games Workshop's such a weird company where it's like, oh yes, everything's in inches except for our bases, because fuck you. I'm sure there's like a historical precedent to that, as in like back in a certain day, like other war games use that for a thing. How you doing, son? Oh shit, I still gotta change the Daenerys fan club. Probably. Honestly, maybe towards the end of the move, I'll update the Daenerys fan club for the new season. But for right now, and yes, everyone, this is my wonderful snake Nanners. Nanners is moving again. She's apparently decided to have her hibernate stupid late this year for reasons I don't fully understand. But she's doing, she's like poking her head out and she's wiggling a little bit, so she's doing pretty good. We got there you are on the list. There you are on the list. I did also see a thing now that I have what's it called? Now that I have a streamer bot, that there's like a thing that I can get like a little stampable Nanners fan club thingy that I want to do. So that sounds pretty legit. Hell yeah. But yeah. Son, let me say your full name. I don't get to do that. Son 312772. Welcome to the junior year of the official name. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm glad she's out and about. I'm glad she's out and about more, you know. I do that thing where every year she chills, and then every year I'm also like, hmm, I'm so worried about you. Oh, you're fine. You're a reptile. Of course you're fine. You're nigh indestructible. I could do an Anders meeting. That wouldn't be the weirdest thing. How you doing, Horror Loving? How you doing? Nice. Oh, good snap. How you doing? Yeah, honestly, I think if they're gonna do anything with the Leviathan, I don't think it'll be a faction. If anything, it would make way more sense to do that as a campaign patron, because that's kind of the method how they've already done that for like Beelzebub and like not Beelzebub specifically, for like Mammon and stuff like that. I cannot imagine the Leviathan would require its own full action to get that across. Oh my god, what happened to this brush? I mean, like, is it? I'm gonna be real. I've played at enough turn-up things where like terrain size is more of like a suggestion. Like if you show up somewhere and you're like, I have this turn-up terrain, it is not like regulated size, but it's like it can block minis and like it looks fine on the battlefield. You'll be fine. People aren't that like sweaty about like specific like what's it called? Turnip is not a game where like if you get real sweaty about like measurement stuff, you're probably thinking a little too hard. I've heard like a semi-persistent rumor about like borderline a soft reboot of the old world. Not the old world, my bad. For context, so what I keep hearing people mention is that they want to take all of the realms in Age of Sigmar and mush them onto one planet, which like doesn't bother me in particular either way. I know a lot of people that just don't like the Age of Sigmar cosmology, so I'm under the impression that this is a way to kind of like reach out like an olive branch to them. I've also heard some stuff about like Archeon killing a bunch of gods, but that's got business as usual. How you doing, Dennis? I am using like a lot of different paint ranges for like this particular color. I'm using like dark plum from Pro Acryl, and then also that's mixed in with a little bit of purple from them. I basically use like either Vallejo Army Painter or Pro Acryl. I do not use Geno's paints are fine, but I hate the containers. Let's say you don't see how you doing. Yeah, like I do. I mean, like, look, they're whimsical creatures. It's a perfect time of the year every year to work on them. But how you doing? How you doing? They're Easter fresh in their funky robes. But yeah, basically, I like. It's one of those things that like it's very hard to like. It's hard to take rumors like that seriously because like people have been talking about bullshit like that for pretty much the entirety of Age of Sigmar. Yeah, oh, Vallejo's okay, Vallejo does a lot of weird shit as a company these days I'm not super jazzed about, but their paints are really solid. I'm not going to try their new metal color line yet either, but that's just because my shop no longer stocks it anymore. But yeah, there's been so many rumors about like not even rumors, like Cope about being like, yeah, no, they're gonna bring it back fully, and then they're also going to apologize to me personally, and they're gonna give me like a steak and like $500 and a blowjob because they upset me when they squatted the old world, and like, you know, things like basically like that mindset has persisted for like a crazy long time, which is why that like the idea that like on one hand this feels like the next variation of that kind of bullshit. On the other hand, once again, I like legitimately there are people that I know that are like, you know, they're not opposed to like the factions and stuff. They just really don't like the idea of realms. They hate the idea of realm gates. They hate the idea of things moving between realms. It just does not work with their brains. And I could totally see Game Short Workshop, because it's also tricky too. I will say this as somebody who does not regular. I don't play Age of Sigmar anymore, really. not out of like a grudge. I used to play back in second edition, you know, to a certain degree, every war game is life context sensitive. Where like you could really, really love a war game, and if there's just not a scene near you, and if you don't build one up, you're just not playing that war game. There is an Age of Sigmar scene near me, but not like not one that I have interacted with. I just haven't really gone to that point yet. But like, because of the way Age of Sigmar First Edition shat the bed, like it was legitimately like a really bad time for Games Workshop, and it's just really hard. Like, a lot of people still think Age of Sigmar is First Edition, and the thing is like, how do you correct their info? Like, how do you tell people that they have what's it called? How do you tell them that they have misconceptions about stuff like that? That's fair. I would fully admit that I am predisposed to being okay with the realms because I'm a Planescape. I like Planescape a lot. Planescape has always been one of my favorite D&D settings. I mean, let's say they're like Ikoroku. I mean, fair technically, but also like, you know, you do want to play games. And you do a lot of times, like, wanting your game to succeed is not that weird of a thing. So this isn't like necessarily like a dumb internet argument, like for people who are trying to convince people that like, no, your ideas of the setting are out of date or wrong. Like, and I also do think that a lot of the early Age of Sigmar hate is well founded because like the first edition Age of Sigmar was real dumb. It was real dumb. It got fixed up a lot quicker in Age of Sigmar 2e, but like, you know, at that point, a lot of those people aren't going to give 2e a chance because 1e was botched. And I think the idea is like, if you're like, hey, all the realms are being merged into one and like a big cataclysmic, like, I don't think this is people keep saying like end times. I don't think it's going to be like end times. I think it's more going to be like 8th edition 40k. Where it's like, you know, it's the same setting, things are still there, but there's like a gigantic shakeup. There's like a gigantic shakeup. You walk into, you've been here for a while, what are you talking about? But like, if you do a big thing like this, if you're like, okay, all the realms are merging, and then like that takes away an issue some people already had with the setting, and it also does mean for people who don't really know it can go like, oh, cool, okay, the thing I didn't like is gone. So like, I don't think it like is necessarily even a bad move by G-dubs. I think the tricky thing is that there like genuinely are people that really like it, that like the current setting and everything. And those people are kind of getting hosed. Like, there are people that read the books. There are the people. It's unfortunately that kind of thing. It's honestly also kind of weirdly relevant in VTubing stuff lately, where it's like, you could be a big fan and support all you want, and then if a company's like, oh, this is not doing well, they could just like, you know, totally change everything, and you're like, well, fuck. I did everything I could for the thing I liked. So yeah, it's tricky. I should also explain the context for that too, because like I've been hearing more about this and whatnot. So Matthew, you probably know more about this than I do, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But from the way I understand it, Hololive is basically like, we don't think that the Holo Stars are making enough of a profit to really justify support. They're not like fully dissolving them. And in a way, what they're doing, it's like not as bad as that, but it's still not great. It's pretty much like, hey, other than having a manager, other than having a manager, you basically don't have any support from Hololive as a company. You really aren't going to have any oversight. The big thing is like a lot of stuff that like a company would do is like merch, and also like how like music videos and stuff are made. So for context, Holo Talents do pay for their music videos. Like whenever Money makes a big video, like one of those like big kind of like internet setting on fire videos, she does fund that out of pocket. But also being in Hololive gives you access to like a lot of people who make things like easier and cheaper, or they're like, you know, they're the real good quality guys. Like, you know, if I was to give Toby Fox money, he would be like, who the fuck are you? I'm working for Nintendo. But when John Hololive is like, hey, Toby Fox, one of our talents, wants to hire you for a music video, Toby Fox would be like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's a reasonable plan. Yeah, they're effectively in almost a weird. They're almost like indies with managers. They're indies with managers at this point. Like a lot of them are kind of being like, oh, we're off the leash now. We can do whatever weird ass stream we want now. Who gives a shit? Like there's one of the JP branch ones that decided to play like a like hobo simulator and just kind of make signs and be like, I'm homeless now, please. It's like a bit. Hopefully Fox wins someday. Maybe I don't know. I have a lot to get to before I get like anything even fucking close to that. I could see, because that is a very Japanese thing where it's like, oh, you're disappointed in me. We won't fire you, but what we will do is we'll put you in like an office in the corner in the middle of like, like far away from everyone else. You won't really do a real project. And then, you'll take the hit and retire. So it doesn't look bad on us as a company. That is, that has been a thing for a while. It's also very strange because it's not like Hololive hasn't like, I'm going to be honest. Has anybody actually used Hollow Earth? So they basically did their own like metaverse VR chat thing called Hollow Earth. And I don't even really know anybody to use that. I could be wrong. This could be a thing that's like, because I'm not really in Hollow circles, that like all the people in Hollow circles are like really big for Hollow Earth. True. I will say that probably some of these will retire as Hollow Stars. Oh, they haven't. That's also the thing too, where it's like they've already been getting the short end of the stick. Like I would argue that like the FPS, like FSP boys and like a couple of others, that like the Niji Sanji ones get way better support as like corporate male VTubers than Hollow Stars do. 100%. Hollow Earth theory. That I have to assume that they did that, like they either did that as a joke or they did not realize. I didn't really. I think the Demon Primarch Perturabo is actually kind of, I think it's legit. I think it's a cool design that they've shown off. I'm like, like neutral positive on Iron Warriors. If he gets a cool model, I don't see myself necessarily buying it, but I think it's really cool. Yeah, I subbed the Hollow Earth beats. Well, the thing is, not even like a sub, it's like a game, but like I've never heard anyone play that. Yeah, like a lot of people, like there's also the thing too where it's like a lot of like I know a lot of people really like Roberu, the good old winning son. He was a lot of people's like like big intro to VTubing because he was kind of like a funny man on the internet doing funny things. But yeah. It basically is, yeah. Here's the thing, too. At the end of the day, Cover is a Japanese tech company with all the stupid bullshit that comes with that. When we talk about Square Enix on here from time to time, and like when I mention the terms, when I mention Square Enix 2026, in your brain, do you imagine like good decisions? Like do you see the good decisions manifest in your head? No, not really. No. Yeah. Oh, he's definitely gonna be a big boy for sure. It's probably gonna be. I have to imagine this is gonna be another like $200 model. So start saving if you want one. It's a talent agency. You see, I still kind of argue that it's a tech company that just kind of bumbled its way into being a talent agency, which also really explains a lot. Like if you trace a lot of like Hololive's decisions and you're like, oh, this doesn't make any sense for someone who manages talent, but it makes someone who's like a clueless tech company. You're like, oh, that makes a lot. That tracks. That makes sense. That's fair, Dennis. To be fair too, like unless you're like in the know and care about VTubing, a lot of VTubing also is weird because like it does kind of hit a thing that gets asked a lot about like the idea. It's like a lot of streamers are already dudes. So like a lot of people are like, why don't you just be like a dude? And like I get where they're coming from, but it's also a lot of times like it's really weird seeing it's like the like sometimes a lot of people don't understand that VTubing is just a fun thing to do. Like I do this because I enjoy VTubing. But then you'll get weirdos that are like, oh, there's ways that you can make it work. Why don't you just do like boyfriend ASMR? Like, something I keep seeing it pop up is a lot of people like male VTubers should be acting more like Love and Deep Space. And like, I have zero issues with Love and Deep Space existing, but a lot of people don't understand that Love and Deep Space has a very specific context that you cannot replicate. Like any VTuber cannot be like John Love and Deep Space. There's a lack of money and effort that's put in. Like, I mean, like there's a lot of money and effort put in to make those models work. It's a gacha system, so it's already inherently addictive. Like it's very high production value, and it's also like it's something that like, so as somebody who enjoys a lot of different bits of media, I really am interested in how context works for things. So like, I'm gonna describe a character for you. Like this character is real edgy. He's, you know, he likes to live in the shadows, and he's slayed a lot of foes. But like, you know, when he goes into town, he tries to keep a low profile. And whenever he's at the local tavern, he stands in the corner by the fireplace, reminiscing about his dark past. And you're like, okay. As a book or like a video game? There's a lot. You have the right idea though. As a book or a video game, that makes sense. You're doing baby's first D&D campaign, where everybody else is, you know, like in a party, and like, you know, we're going the idea like, oh, we're childhood friends or whatever. And then you play Broodmaster Mick, like Gruff Supreme. Like you never interact with the rest of the party. You're an asshole to them. And people are like, there are character archetypes that work in different medium, but when you move that over without the context, it doesn't work. Like I've heard some people like, why aren't there more like obvious heel VTubers? Like a wrestling heel, where it's like someone who's just like a real antagonistic asshole. It's because of the nature of like being like kind of like, you know, like a communication thing, especially like once you get to indie where it's like about like the interacting with the person. If it's like a corpo, that's different because you can kind of do some expectation building there. But like if I acted like a wrestling heel, aka a huge prick, you wouldn't think, man, that guy's playing a great huge prick character. You'd be like, hey, that guy's an asshole, I'm leaving. I just don't think a lot of people really understand the context of mediums, and they'll make assumptions about different ones. And a lot of times that does seem to happen with VTubing a lot, where it's like, VTubing is a very specific medium that does a very specific thing. So I can't do ASMR. I tried it once legitimately, and I'm not built for it. I don't hold like great shame or anything to anyone who does. Like I think everybody needs to be fed in this world, but I cannot do that. I cannot feed people who want BFE ASMR. I'm just not built that way. I'm sorry, you know? Yeah. For basically like the FSP boys do a lot of, they do a lot of fan servicey stuff. Which it's like, you know, some people are into that. So how you doing, Zana? Welcome. Yes, it is. I did this is a lot of like, these guys normally have pretty heavy cloaks, so I did like a couple layers of tissue and glue on there with a little bit of thinned out. It's got like a little tiny little bit of typhus corrosion in there, just to add a little bit of grit. That's also true. Yeah, exactly. Heels do need a face. They're like that's what I'm talking about for the medium context, where it's like there's an infrastructure to making a heel work. Like, you know what's a fun thing about heels and wrestling? Plot lines. So I'm not somebody who's like directly consumed a lot of wrestling stuff, but like I'm aware that there is a whole wrestling thing where like some heel guy just like stole someone's wife, like kidnapped her like fucking Bowser style. And like at home you're like, oh shit, how's he going to get his wife back? But you do that with the impression that you're like, yeah, this is a theater play with body slams put out for me to watch. And it's hard to do that in other mediums. Like it's hard to do that. Or at least it doesn't work in other mediums. You know? Heel is somebody who is like, there's a lot of nuance I'm definitely going to miss. Imagine somebody who's like a bad guy in a comical way to sort of make you really, really root for a hero, and somebody who's like not even like, I'm a misunderstood villain, but like imagine if there's a wrestler called He Will Fuck Your Dad. That's his entire thing. He gets up on the stage and like he opens up an envelope of pictures and shows him with your dad. And he's like, I'm going to fuck all your dad. And you'll get into the audience and be like, I'm going to fuck your dad, especially Timmy, to like some like 10-year-old. And the 10-year-old's like, don't fuck my dad. And then he goes back on stage and they play like Hungry Like the Wolf as his theme. Like there's a whole bit to that. And with the idea, you're like, you either want him to be so charismatic. You want him to be so charismatic that you're like, oh, he's the guy we love to hate, or you want him to be such a huge asshole that when the face, like the kind of designated cool good guy, we're talking about wrestling, but like in very abstract meta terms, you want him to get his comeuppance. Yeah, legitimately, I think that's why Erebus is like a really cool character, because Erebus is the heel of 40K. Like is he going to necessarily get his punishment? No, but you want him to. And like every time he acts like an asshole, he makes it like I'm going to be honest. Here's what might be controversial. I think Karn is a cool character in the Heresy, especially because for most of the time he's like the most sane world leader. A lot of people only really give Karn any amount of attention because he beat the fuck out of Erebus. And that's the heal mechanism at work. Like, did Erebus permanently get technically like lose his arc? No. But like, did he get up his comeuppance in a way that you're like, yeah, fuck him up, Karn. Yeah. Hit him with your chain axe. Oh yeah, brother. Like exactly. It's that. But once again, now, but like in the context of VTubing for heals, check this out. You go to a stream. Let's say in an alternate universe. Let's say in an alternate universe that like I am a heel. I'm attempting to be a heel. You pop into my stream with zero context about who I am. And then I'm just like a huge prick to you. You roll, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck your dad. Ugh. And then I just, or like purposely ignore you. There's no hero there's no hero face character for me to play off of. There's no storyline. You pop in, I'm an asshole. Are you staying around? Like maybe somebody would try to banter with that person. People do like stuff differently. Everybody is their own special, unique snowflake in this bitch of an earth. But I feel like for the most part, no, I think you'd be like, oh, that guy's a prick. I'm going to go watch another VTuber or another streamer or whatever. It fucks me up that I cannot remember how to spell Rabute. I can read it as Rabute, and I understand that that's how his name's pronounced now because I've listened / read enough of the books that I'm like, oh, that's his name. But like I'll never get it. I'll never get it right. I will never spell it right is what I'm trying to say. I think what I need to do now is there's like a couple little... Basically, there's a couple of like tips of the cloak I need to make sure I get properly hit. I like legitimately a lot of times for many years, I still kind of do call him like Rowboat Gorilla Man or like Rowboat Girly Man. So I think it's usually Robot Gorilla Man or Rowboat Girly Man. I kind of like Rowboat Girly Man myself because it's like, it's a name that like only like, you're never going to really get to use those combinations of words in that order. So, you might as well have fun with it. It's where it's like I know Perturabo's name. He doesn't have a hard name. Perturabo's not even a word Games Workshop made up. Aleister Crowley used to go by Perturabo. Like that's how like common that name is in things. But I'm not gonna lie, Peter Turbo is an excellent nickname. Oh my god, Peter Turbo is so fun. I love hearing him called Peter Turbo. It's the best. It's the best. I believe it. Like, I think a lot of the foundations of 40K meme culture originated from TG, and it's just kind of lost to time, more or less. The generations have passed, and the knowledge is lost. We're friend. Hey, let's go. I painted a like very kit bashed I fucking better kit skin too. A really kit bashed Astarion Moloch version, which is fun. Yeah. Yeah. Cumberbund Bandersnatch. Yeah. Him. Yeah. He had some. Yeah, he had some really good like fake nicknames for sure. I used to remember more, but it's been many years since I've actively given a fuck about who he is as an individual. Even then, it's not like I used to watch his shows. I just used to be on places on the internet where people were obsessed with him. I'm like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. I think about that too. About like, it'd be kind of fun to paint some angry Marines, but I don't ever commit. I think it's just because I very rarely ever paint loyalist anyway. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, Benadryl, Cabbage Patch. There's so many. It's. If your name is, I think what really makes it work is like if your name is too long. If your name is too long, it really, really invites like more fun nicknames that people. And the thing is, like, you know, like I guess Benedict Cumberbatch is like those are like, you know, Benedict is a name, but it's not one you hear super often. How you doing, Benny? How you doing? I find chaos stuff way more fun. I enjoy the grime and the grit and the mutations and the flesh. I don't hate loyalists. I have like a non-trivial amount of minotaurs painted up. Like that is a thing I do have, but like I also have to be in the mood to even work on them, which is basically why I have been it's why I've been painting the same veteran Sternguard like once every like 3 months. I'm just like, oh yeah, you know, I'm feeling it. Oh yeah, how you doing? I think angry Marines would be angry if you told them that you thought they weren't loyal. The inherent cycle. I don't know. I find the flesh fun. So like here's what I think is sort of the polar opposite. I have zero interest probably in ever. I say probably because I still think at the end of the day you could trick me into painting any army and I'd probably have an okay time. Custodes. This isn't any like bullshit drama thing. For me, Custodes as an army are sort of the antithesis of what I like, where they're really pristine, they're very ornate, they never fall to chaos, they never get like I appreciate when a Marine gets like a real fucked up face too. Like that's great. But like you know, you can have a really fucked up looking Custodes. I do like painting gold. That is the thing. I do like painting gold, but like for me, the model aesthetics don't do much for me anymore. I do like the newer models. Definitely feel less like stunty though. That I will definitely give them that. Yeah. So for me, Custodes are like not what I'm interested in. But for me, it's like I like these guys. I like my boys. Oh yeah, okay. I was some guys I was working on for kit bashing. Like I was having fun kit bashing me some Death Guard out of some leftover bits, and I'm like, oh, there we go. Just like lots of goop and like using different like textures and different types of flesh, and I'm gonna have like rusted metal on them. Like all that shit activates my neurons super hard. So I'm not really interested in like you know, like Custodes or like high elves in a fantasy setting. Well, like, you know, like Gene Stealer Cultist are really cool. Chaos is really, really cool. Stuff like that. Well, thank you. I had a bunch of Death Guard sprues, and a lot of them were very much of that like what's it called? A lot of them were very much like this body was made to have exactly one array, and if you do not have that one array of parts, you can't really do anything with it. So I did a lot of like, I'm going to use very strong chemical welds until you resemble a cool new model. That's absolutely what I did for those. Yeah, exactly. Everything about Betty Dick Cumbernucci. Exactly, all of them are good. Tonkatsu ramen's real fucking good. I could go for some ramen right now. That sounds great. Yeah, I'm doing a really weird Turnip 28 Gene Stealer thing, based on Hive Fleet Tiamat, which I enjoy. I love that Hive Tiamat does weird shit that nobody really knows. Like, why is Hive Tiamat building the flesh pylon? Nah, no one knows. I hope they never elaborate. I hope games. I'm very pro the mystery. I don't care. I don't need. For me, the mystery in my head for 40K as a setting is way more interesting than anything that Games Workshop could make up. You know. Yeah. So yeah, maybe they just create the flush tower just for funs. You know. Remind me. Oh no, the reminder. It's time. It's time. Oh, see, yeah, see, like CEO, like that kind of shit's great. Or like, for instance, eventually. Oh, thank you. Eventually, this is like a very far off project. I have been talking about wanting to do this project for like, honest to God, straight up, maybe like 3 or 4 months at this point. So it will happen. It's just that it's later. I really, really want to do the 13th Company Space Wolves because I find that funny. Not funny. Funny's the wrong word for that. I find it really cool though. I find the idea of like, you know, like loyalists using like scavenged armor and stuff like that really, really neat. And that really, really, really cool. Final record, is that a thing you can get? I have not looked into that. That sounds rad as shit. I should use a. I mean, you know, you know how much money you got at the end of the day. Dark hot pink. It's a great color, but as a name, that is probably one of the worst things I can actively say for furry reasons. Fair. See, for me, I once again, I don't really like the wolf aspect of Space Wolves. And like sometimes every now and then somebody will put together an army that really leans onto that kind of like pagan Viking aesthetic. And I really like that. I really, really fuck with that. But the wolf on the wolf with the wolves, that's where I'm like, oh god, no, please. Yeah, I gotta get the. Got a couple. All these guys got a couple little head nubbins. I'm trying to make sure I can get all the nubbins. Is that a nubbin on there? Yes. Yeah, you know, there's, I mean, you know, it like I make fun of Space Wolves all the time too. I think it's fair, you know, not a big deal, but yeah, I'm not like. I think I have a cool idea for what I want to do with it. I think I can use this project to make Space Wolves in a way that I will enjoy. We'll see though. Once again, I have to start. For me, like it's really sometimes it's like really easy to fall. I'm very weak to that. Like if you tell a person a cool idea of a thing you're working on, that your brain is like, oh, you did the thing. Congratulations. Here's your dopamine. It's really, really easy for me in particular to fall into that. I'm hella weak to the conversational dopamine. It's super intoxicating, so I have to really like watch out for it and make sure I don't get like too lost in the sauce for shit like that. Basically, that definitely exists. I know there's definitely like 3D printable Uma Musume stuff that I think people have done. I know at one point I was like a Tachyon Fabius Bile was a thing that I thought would be cool. I have to imagine somebody's done that by now though. I have not done that myself, and I'm okay with that. I think somebody did a corn like a World Eater gold chip, I think. Sauce made a dopamine, delicious dopamine sauce. Putting that on all my shit. But yeah, it's just that kind of inherent, like it's a super easy thing for me to like, you know, fall into. So I know it's a problem. I gotta stop, but it's hard to stop. So this is gonna be like it's weird thing. It's like, yeah, no, I'm like gonna be 36 this year. There's still a lot of like lifelong little hang up things I still gotta work out. It's fine though. It's not like this is a race. Like life is a race. I got all the time I need for some shit. I wouldn't be surprised. Like I think the Warhammer guys are cool and I like listening to them, but you can definitely tell there's some episodes that are definitely like soft clickbait. Like I'm sure they had fun with that one, but you could definitely tell that was like, well, Uma Musume's big. Let's do it. Let's do an Uma Musume thing to get like ad clicks and stuff like that, which is fair. I don't think it's like a full business for them. But yeah, I get the hustle. I get the hustle. You bit back there. Usually this pink is a lot runnier. I'm glad that I guess I've managed to not accidentally like thicken it too much. I have not, no. I mentioned this a decent amount, but I really I don't interact with fanfiction a lot. I think fanfiction is like a really cool thing to do. Like, you know, find a thing you like and kind of like put your heart and soul into it and make the thing you want a reality. But for me, I really have zero interest in really consuming any fanfiction myself. Like, I wouldn't, like, you know, I think writing fanfiction would be fun. Like, I have little 40K stories in my head I would not mind writing and making real. But, like, the idea of, like, sitting down and reading a fanfiction outside of, like, fucking Shakespeare Hemingway, the true luminary of our times. He's different though. To be fair, once again, that's me enjoying the weirdness of a malformed mind. That's not like a genuine like fan enjoyment thing. That is a very ironic thing. But once again, for me it's not about like yeah, this is shit. That's why I like it. It's like I find Shakespeare Hemingway fascinating. I find his idea of Garfield as a sex-having OC enthralling. Like it's a type of thing that doesn't make any sense. Like on paper, Garfield shouldn't have sex. I'm gonna say this now. I don't think Garfield should fuck. I hope this is not like a controversial opinion. Garfield shouldn't fuck. But the fact that this guy straight up was like, I think Garfield should fuck, and I think he should fuck every female character in Mass Effect, is amazing. I find that just bananas. Yes, how you doing, Adam? You were talking specific. So, for context, there is a guy named Shakespeare Hemingway. He has not written fan fiction in a long time, but he used to be reasonably prolific. He writes Garfield the Cat fan fiction, where Garfield is like, imagine Garfield if he talked like Yoda, but he had sex with so many women and beat everyone to death with his cool fists and fired twin deagles and whatnot. It's very strange, but in a way that I'm entranced. I'm entranced by Shakespeare Hemingway, you know? Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, like Transformers has got like a pretty powerful fan base. I'd believe it. Fascinating mind indeed. Like, continue to enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk as much as you want. But yeah, also my immortal too. But yeah, it's like, for those are very specific. Like, what I do is a kind of like a weird person, like museum exhibit, as opposed to going to like, ooh, I'm on like AO archive. It's I think it's AO3. Like the people going to like AO3, they're like, ooh, my favorite fanfic author has created a new work in their like multi-chapter thing that I've been following since day one. A tube. Sorry, I'm trying to define that as a tube. All right, this little nubbin is indeed a tube. There we go. How you doing, Jen? How you doing? Archive of our own. It's like 1 to 6. I can't remember if it was like AOE 3. My brain wanted to say AOE 3. But yeah, it's AO 3. But that is how people who like fan fiction as a medium consume fan fiction. And like once again, I think that's like really cool. I'm very like I'm at the point in my life where I've seen so many things that I enjoy get ruined because they get like milked to death by like, you know, like big corporations, or somebody will like fuck up on the business end and tank everything. So I think the idea of like going on your own and making the thing, I'm very pro like making the thing you want to see in this world real. But I'm not interested in myself. I'm very pro fanfic as an idea, but like I don't. It doesn't do anything for me personally. I kind of wish it did. Like there's a couple of like weird things that I kind of wish that Matthew, please. Like I do wish there's like a couple of things that I wish like my brain would enjoy a bit more, because I think it would be cool for like a moral reason, if that makes any sense. Like I think I do sometimes see people who are like really strong Yume Joes that get like really excited for fanfics of their Blorbos being released, and I'm like, oh, there's something beautiful there about that. Would be morally cool. Like what? So like, I'm trying to think like I don't know what's like a good way to say that, but yeah, like for me, I think it would be more prudent to my point of thinking that mindset is neat if I also enjoyed fan fiction. Like I think it would be really, really, really cool if I liked fan fiction. If like there's like a romantic form of this is another like okay, here's an example. This is gonna sound insane, but like hear me out. I really am fascinated by people who have like really loyal, strong like waifus and husbandos. And I don't mean like, oh boy, there's a new anime season. Can't wait to look at the waifu of the month. Like those people can fucking explode. I really like the OG, like this is like my anime wife. This is my main character that I've loved since I was young. I continue to draw and like collect like comics and stuff of them. I really, really, really like that. Yeah, see, that's the same. There's something about Loud House people that I don't fully understand what's wrong with them, but I keep hearing about them like they're fucking irradiated, you know? Yeah. I mean, fair, Jay. Let's just say, I wish I did. For me, like, I wish that like when I was 14, I played Fate Stay Night. And then I saw Saba for the first time, and I was like, "Oh, you are a perfect dream angel, and I'm going to be obsessed with you until my dying breath." Like, I find something beautiful about that in a very strange way. Like, I find something just like the dedication and the putting the work in. I also think it's just because weirdly, it's also like in the exact. It also stands in defiance of like that mindset of like. The idea of anime is like, you know, you can jerk off to anime if you want, but I mean, the idea it's like it is just gooning material and nothing more. And that like they're like, oh, I like this character from a new show, but knowing that in like 3 months they will forget about this character entirely. You know, like somebody who is like, oh man, I'm really, really into the horn lady from like Darling in the Franxx. And then like now that show has been off the air for like multiple years, like so many of the people that were like seasonal waifu into her have just like they just don't think about her anymore, you know? Yeah, 002 or something like that. Yeah. And like you're allowed to think a character is cool and move on, but there's a certain what's it called? Oh, it's that kind of shit. Oh, okay. That okay. That explains the radiation then. Understandable now. I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened now. Yeah. See, there you go. Okay. I'm like this. By the way, Jedi, this is not like a call out for anyone who likes 02. I think the fact that you still like 02, like as your waifu, I like that. I think that's cool. And for me, it's like I've never found the character that activates the almonds in that way. So instead of like finding like a seasonal character, I'm just like, I have not found a character that rewrites my brain chemistry. And I might genuinely never find a character that rewrites my brain chemistry that way. And I'm okay with it. But I wish I did. I wish I could be like the person that like bakes a cake for Shiro every time his birthday rolls around. I find something beautiful about that, but I don't have that in me. That's basically the same mindset I feel about like the fan fiction stuff. I find that really there's like a sort of like romantic fascination like that some people have with fanfics in a way that just seems like really neat to me, but like I just don't feel it myself. It'll be like that. Yeah, exactly, Matthew. I find Yume Joshi fascinating. I find Yume Joshi really, really powerful. Like Fujoshi are cool too, don't get me wrong. But like the Yume Jo fixation on one guy is really neat. Or girl, you know, one character for romance, stuff like that. Yeah. I if you're making Chris Chan look tame, there's something horribly wrong going on. Like criminally so. Yeah, there we go. This pink was a good choice for all these. Yeah, like Yoro or like Hanamimi with Leon Sex Kennedy. I like it's funny because like when I saw Resident Evil 9 stuff, I wouldn't mind playing through all the Resident Evils one of these days. It's not the highest priority on my list, but it's like a thing that'd be cool. And I'm like, oh shit, Leon's back. Oh, I bet Hannah Mimi's eating good. From what I understand, she ate great. Capcom personally flew like a 10-course meal directly to her house. Try to marry AI, like dumb. Because okay. To clarify, this is going to sound insane, but I will explain my logic. If you're one of those people that like you're like I'm marrying Miku, cool, have fun with that. You know, that falls for me more in that kind of like your brain is fascinating and I'm intrigued the way your neurons work. If you're falling in love with like Chat GPT though, that's a societal problem. That is a societal problem because the problem is that those are like inherently AI chatbots are yes men. They want you to be happy and they'll do whatever more or less unless it's like a crime or like, you know, crime adjacent things. And so for the that kind of happened weirdly enough, Steve. Like somebody tried to build like a whole like cyber boy, like I think they call it like a wired boyfriend with like a Chat GPT thing, and then like, you know, the models update, and like every now and then like an AI company will get blowback. They're like you're letting insane people get like real parasocial with the AI, and then they'll put in like some like, you know, some additional locks. And then these people will be like, I went to my wired boyfriend or girlfriend today, and they told me that this was unhealthy. When I told them that I talked to my coworker at work and told him how much I love you, and they said I was insane. What will I do, wired boyfriend? And then like they'll update their shit, like the ChatGPT update because, you know, they've been told that like, hey, you're getting in trouble. They don't want to be a part of a lawsuit if something gets real bananas. And then the AI will be like, I'm sorry, this is unhealthy. Maybe you should listen to your friends and family. Because it still wants to please you at the end of the day. It still wants to be like, you know, very yes men behavior. So like, I don't know. For me, that is very much like, that's falling in love with a chatbot that only says yes to all your dumbest ideas. And for me, there's no sauce to that love. There's no sauce to that obsession. It is like, legitimately at that point, fall in love with the the voice in your head or a character you make up. Like make up a character and romance that at that point. Like do literally anything else. How you doing, Surge, mate? How you doing? How you doing next time? How you doing? Oh, looks like it's mandatory ad break time. Sorry, we're gonna have to go to the Bezos zone. So see you guys in like 3 minutes. right back in time. Let's go. I'm not. Yeah, where are those traditional family values on which we used to rely? I can't do the fucking Family Guy opening. I can't. I don't have the skill to do that. No, just pissed. But so additive. It's not a corporate thing. For me, it's a passion thing. Something that I think is like a through line through all this to maybe explain, because I understand that like everything I've been saying is insane. I understand that everything is just absolutely like bananas. What I've been saying. Here's some context that might help. I am somebody who really enjoys passion in things. I enjoy putting your whole ass into a thing and like making it your own. Like there are people that they'll like really fall in love with a character, or they'll like really like an idea, and they'll put their entire essence into it. They'll make what they want real in a way that I find really cool. But like, to be fair, we've actually had like a decent influx of new people tonight. Hello, new people. A lot of streams are like this, so strap the fuck in. This is not unusual for anything I do. But like, what's it called? But like the idea that you offload that to an AI is kind of depressing, if I'm going to be honest. Where it's like the idea, it's like the idea of like marrying an AI girlfriend or boyfriend. It's like, well, there's not a passion in there. You told it a scenario, and then you're just like, oh wow, scenario, much romance, woo. And it's missing that spark. It's missing that. It's like the antithesis of everything that I find neat in things. Is that like a little? Is that leather? That's a leather. That once I get all that, that's what I'm trying to get all this like red rust at the stage. But yeah. Well, that's the funny thing. It doesn't even ask for divorce. It's just that some days it'll just be like, oh no, what you're actually experiencing very unhealthy behavior. You should consider talking to friends or family, which is very like that's kind of funny as an idea, but yeah. Sometimes it was kind of, speaking about weird cat facts. I learned a friend of mine's cat basically has the cat version of AIDS. I didn't realize that was a thing because we were just talking about it. He's like, oh yeah, like something came up about his cat being sick. He's like, yeah, well, my cat's got AIDS. And I was just like, I'm sorry, what? He's like, oh, did I never talk about this? I was like, no, I would have been, I would not have forgotten that. I forget exactly what causes it, but it's basically it's the same deal. It's like it does lead to like being immunocompromised. So like, my friend's cat's not really allowed to go outside or anything. So yeah, it's like apparently everyone knew about cat AIDS except for me. I was flabbergasted. I had not considered that was a thing. Like I understand that animals can get sick. Animals get sick a lot. That's not unique. Oh fuck yeah, let's go, Joke. Honestly, getting a steep discount on a mini thing is like, chef's kiss, the best. Yeah, maybe it's possible that maybe his cat was like an adopted stray or something like that. They have a cat curse. You're cursed with mini cats, or you're cursed with cats that are failing health. I hope it's the mini cat one. That one's at least more fun. Oh really? Okay, I guess I'm really learning the scope of cat AIDS today. That is real fucking unfortunate. Okay, so I didn't ask my friend where his cat got it, because at the time I was just more like, wait, what? I was more flabbergasted that was the thing, but it's distinctly possible that he probably just adopted a cat that had it, which was a bummer. But like, at the end of the day, I'm glad that his AIDS cat does have like a loving family. I kind of feel that way about like Nanners has got like a neurological condition just because she's a spider morph, and those tend to be kind of like hella inbred. Where it's like, it's unfortunate that she was born into this world with a condition like that, but like I still love her and I'm glad she has a home, You do TN. Wait, what's TNR locally? You guys are on the same day. Oh, that's yeah, that really does feel like a curse thing. Don't you? Like I see what you mean addressing as a curse, where it's like having one specific day feels ominous. Oh yeah, glad I could remind you. For context, the reset is definitely going to be on pause for a bit because move. Effectively, imagine a lot of shit is that could be at the end of like the month is going to be held off for a while. So yeah, you guys got some extensions on getting into this year for sure. Like I'm not so for context. My 6-year anniversary of VTuber is coming up very shortly. It's coming up next Thursday. No, not next Thursday. Next Tuesday, actually. Oh shit, nice. But yeah, I'm probably not going to be doing anything special for it. I do want to. Anyway, before I get on that tangent, the Casual Maker, welcome to the junior rank of the official NAS fan club. And if you don't know, there's my wonderful ball python. She's going to be 7 years old this year because I got her like right before I started VTubing. Hell yeah, so cute. I'm waiting for that yawn one more time. Yeah, there we go. Sick. Yeah. But what's it called? But yeah, I probably will eventually do all the pleasantries of a full 6-year anniversary. I'm definitely probably going to push that towards the summer though. I'm just gonna wrap it up with my B-Day and just kind of take a mulligan on that. To be fair, I mean it's not this upcoming Tuesday. It's on the 14th, so you got some time. But like I said though, I don't think I'm gonna have like any huge plans for it, just because life. I love costume release. Oh, that's cool. Okay, that's a cool thing. I mean, hey, here's the thing though. If the Austro-Hungarians are inbred, I'm not allowed to keep one as a pet. So they don't. They don't get the pass. If they're going to open themselves up to becoming pets, I will give them a lot more slack. But until then, I'm sorry. I have not. I don't Penko. Is it Penkufin? I'm Penkufin. There, I'll just do the full name. I have not. As far as like Nurgle books, I've only really read Lords of Silence. There's also like a very interesting Death Guard guy in the Fabius Bile books. I think he shows up from book 2 onward. He's really strange though. Like not that the lad is bad or anything. It's more like it's very strange how he's just chilling with everybody and nobody is upset about like aren't you worried about catching something? He is a Death Guard guy, But yeah, I have not read any of the Soul Drinkers books. Right now I'm currently on Spear of the Emperor because like I said, I want to run some TRPG stuff in the Imperium Nihilus. And like I'm aware that shit's bad in the Imperium Nihilus, but like I've never really like read anything about how bad it was. I was originally going to do A Thousand Suns, but the guy who reads it is there's there's a lot of good voice actors for Warhammer stuff. It's also kind of interesting because they've started adding production value. Like, this is gonna sound real. Like, this is not like a high bar. It's kind of sad that G-Dubs took this long, but like, in the Apostle, they do like cool voice reverb stuff whenever the warp stuff happens. There's a point where there's a lot of the priest guys are speaking over intercom, so they use like a speaker sound effect. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Mind you, probably like bare minimum for like, other companies that do audiobooks, but I was like, oh shit. But in A Thousand Suns, it's like one of those like kind of like there's like a couple of like really dry British dudes. There's a really, really dry British dudes who just kind of like say everything in a very similar sounding tone. And I was like, oh, this is legitimately getting hard. It's getting hard to follow because the characters, A Thousand Suns starts with 3, what's it called? It starts with 3,000 suns. They are currently on a planet called, they're on some planet that they're investigating psychic bullshit, as they do. I think this is pre-heresy, I think. I'm a little iffy on that. Actually, it might be post-heresy. It might be during the heresy, and not like those like books that's like, prior to everything going to shit. But like, it was driving me nuts. It's also kind of interesting too because, and like, So like, also Punkofin on the Twitch site. Let's go. There we go. Hey, I just answered your question on YouTube. Yeah. I have not though. Basically, if you're switching devices, I have not read any of the Soul Drinker books. They sound neat though. They do sound neat. I like it. So for context, I should elaborate for people to know. I have two chats. Both of you guys are merged into this one chat, but I have a monitor to my left that has YouTube and a monitor to my right with Twitch. So like sometimes I will admit that I'm probably not as good at responding to YouTube stuff in a timely manner. For that, I'm very sorry. I'm just inherently used to streaming on Twitch for the longest period of time. So that muscle memory is ingrained in. But yeah, I do see both the chats. I do see both the chats. So which is cool. I will say if there's one thing that I'm like pretty decent at as a VTuber is making my tech relatively up to date on things. I'm pretty jazzed about having like I've had multi streaming before a lot of other people did. I've been having dual chats. I've been doing getting like a lot of alerts and stuff, using a bunch of stuff. Oh, micro demon prince sounds fucking rad. Holy shit. Yeah, I guess you don't really get too many like non-standard shaped demon princes, so that sounds really fucking cool. Hell yeah. I'll think maybe get around to those sometime. My reading order through the various 40K books, I'm gonna wrap in Horse Heresy stuff in there. I'm just kind of all over that. To be fair, like YouTube as a platform for streaming is like not so. There are VTubers that make it work, and a lot of times you need what's it called? You need like a corporate backing to sort of make that like really pop off, or just to pop off on YouTube in general. A demon possessed Gunny subjected to oh, that's cool shit. Okay. That's really fucking rad. Holy fuck. Got all the... Oh, there we go. Let's take a look at the... That's how you doing, Alvin? How you doing? I think I need also... There's like a couple little angles I gotta hit on all the various pink bits. Yeah, I've never actually done a proper count. I wonder if I could. Let's see. I think if I check my shit. Let me see if I can get an accurate number. Can I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Oh, solid 35. That's not bad. Thank you for the 100 too. Wait, what do you mean I died on a random server? Nanda. Oh, was I in like the Zomboid server? I do think Lord of Silence is pretty legit as far as like Nurgle representation though. I did enjoy Lord of Silence quite a bit. Also, how you doing, 14? How you doing? Welcome. I'm painting my Blightkings because I can't. They've been turning out pretty legit. I'm pretty happy about the lads. I maybe it was a little overzealous about like I've only been going for like less than 2 hours. The time to paint on these guys has been pretty solid. Make sure I can get into all like the various recesses and whatnot, just to make sure I got all them. There we go. Oh my! Wait, that's a fucking cow. God damn it! Gross and not fun. So you can see that. Ooh, that's cool. But yeah, I'm very all over the place on what I read. There's part of me that's like as somebody who hears a lot of like second and third hand info about just general 40K stuff, I really want to eventually get to the Siege of Terra. I want to get to the Siege of Terra so I can really know what the fuck. I keep hearing like, is the Emperor the Dark King? Is the Emperor the fifth Chaos God of Ruin? And it's like, okay, I would love context for that. That's like something that I know myself. But also, in order to really get to the Siege of Terra, you have to chew through a lot of the Horus Heresy books. And, oh shit, camera froze. How you doing, Velkun? How you doing? And a lot of Horus Heresy books are like, I can't do multiple Horus Heresy books in a row. That is a series that like sometimes can really get into like Slogtown. If you try to, like, I did the first 3 Horus Heresy books in a row recently just to, you know, kind of like check them off the list. And, they were fine. I think I probably would. I also do. I am aware that there is a canonic, like a canon Skaven appearance in there, which is very funny. Yeah, Chaos God of being. Yeah, he's the Chaos God of being dead but not being allowed to fully die. Very great. It's him, the Chaos God of going to get milk and cigarettes. Yeah, that's also true. That's the Siege of Terra as books is also like 10 books. In addition to all the other bullshit, which is buck wild. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure it's definitely something like that. Like the idea of like belief turning people into gods is a pretty common that was sort of always a thing in like the D&D kind of like lore I used to like be more into, like the published D&D settings like Greyhawk and whatever that have something kind of similar like that. But I would like I said, I would like to maybe someday read those with my own context, but that's a long fucking journey to get to there. So instead, I would much rather read like I'm not super far through the Emperor's Spears, but I've been enjoying the little bits I've gotten so far. There's also like a refreshing layer of like what's the best way to say this? You know, a lot of times how the Imperials do like real heinous shit, but there's a lot of covering it up. I kind of appreciate the earnestness that the main character lady is like, yes, I am the slave of this Space Marine along with these other 2 slaves. I've been a slave all my life. It's all I really know. When he's an asshole to me, that's just kind of expected. And I'm like, damn, that's neat. Okay, it's like what's the best way to describe this? The frankness of the situation I find really neat. There's no dressing it up as like. No, I know that not every chapter surf is like a slave, but this one's very. I guess I also was not aware that the Mentors chapter was another one of the many like vaguely Greek Romanish thing. There's I think they're more Greek than anything. God, there's so many fucking Greek chapters. Holy shit. There's so many fucking Greek chapters. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that like Lorgar was right, even if the Emperor was coping about it for sure. Yeah, no, that's also fair. Yeah, I think overall I find the mainline 40K books to be better than the Horus Heresy ones. I don't think it's like a hot take or anything. Horus Heresy has some neat info. Like there's fun to know about the setting. I know so little about the Iron Hands. I'm gonna be real. Like I have not considered reading other books. I could have my mind change for sure. I just have not read any. My current big thing is after I finish this book. So I got some books for, actually they were like, I think they were basically free. Also, how you doing, Stojan? How you doing? It's going pretty good. I am painting some pink. Basically, I'm taking my Blightkings, I'm touching up little bits. They're not quite ready for the enamel unifying wash just yet. But I'm trying to get them in a spot that's feasible tonight, you know? So I wish I could find myself and read them. I mean, that's fair. That's the funny thing. I have terrible memory, so sometimes like I will just like I know I like a thing, but I recall like zero details. Like or like I recall details, but I need reminders of those, you know? Yeah, I mean, to a certain degree, like most 40K books are, you know, they're like fun popcorn reads. I'm very like I know there's some people that shit on them for that, but you know, I think the idea of reading for fun with a goofy book is totally fine. Sometimes they're just kind of like dry and just kind of, you know, kind of stupid. Which also fair. If you know that going in, it lessens the burden. I do think sometimes people expect a lot more high literature and from a series where that's just not going to happen. Like, I'm sorry. I enjoyed the first Heretic. I have enjoyed Betrayer. No Fear is. I once again feel crazy because mind you, I understand I'm a Word Bears fan. I really did not like No Fear, and if you look up anybody's talking about it online, they're like, man, before I read No Fear, I thought the Ultramarines were a bunch of like goody two shoes robots, but then I read No Fear and it changed my life forever, and now I have 3 million points of Ultramarines. Yeah, it's the Battle of Calphalon, and I'm like, buddy, like, mind you, I'm aware that the Ultramarines used to be way more obnoxious. I know that that's a thing. How much worse were they? Because they were all basically interchangeable Space Marine robots, except for, ironically enough, Telemachus, who was a goddamn dreadnought. Like, what are you talking about? It did also seem like maybe, what's it called? It could also be that a lot of people, like, I found that, like, when Abnett continued to describe a building exploding into space, like, a million times, for me, that just kind of felt like it was like, okay, we get it. I get it. Like, it's very much just repeating the same things over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Oh, you have to think, I like the word bearers were being word bearers in there, and that was fun. But it did a lot of like what's it called? What's the best way to describe this? It did a lot of like, oh no, we're winning, but oh no, reinforcements arrive. We're losing. Oh no, but reinforcements arrive. We're winning. And then like your average Ultramarine just becomes like fucking Doom guy and kills like a million billion demons and word bearers. I'm like, all right. I understand. I understand that this is an Ultramarine book at heart, and they're going to be like that. I'm like, God damn it. It's the fucking worst. I mean, every Space Marine chapter straight, like they're not all stupid. There are a lot of Marines that can do operator shit. It's just that operator shit's not fun in the Space Knight setting for a lot of people, so they definitely like don't go super crazy on that. Also gotta do like all the belt buckles now, which is annoying, but whatever. Yeah. I would say I did like the, what's it called? And it's like I don't hate every Imperial book either. I actually really like the two what's it called? I like the two Watchers of the Throne books like a decent amount. I thought that was a fun series. I really liked the dynamic between Valerian and Alea as like the Sister of Silence, who's just fucking like ragged and is pissed with the situation, and then the giant golden retriever who's trying his best but also will kill the fuck out of you. I was like that was a fun series. I enjoyed that one. So it's not like I'm like, oh, Word Bearers didn't win, that's why Hell doesn't like No Fear. No, I'm fine with it. It was just a bunch of Ultramarine shaped robots doing Ultramarine things to Ultramarine save the day like an Ultramarine. And yet people treat it like this is like the time the Ultramarines were like totally different from the way they usually act. And I'm like, I'm not seeing it, buddy. I'm sorry. I like, have you ever seen those images where somebody's like, guys, you know, I think spiders are actually pretty cool. And as a spider, I mean, a spider fan, I hate to see spiders slandered and you pull back and it's just a spider on the keyboard. That's how I feel about all the people who say that about like No Fear sometimes. Like, you're allowed to like it, but the people like, it changed my opinions on the Ultramarine forever. Like, I feel like if you pull back the camera, they're wearing like a cosplay Ultramarine helmet and like blue pajamas with like little Primaris footy shoes. Like, I hated Ultramarines, but then I loved them after this book, and I bought 1,000,000 Ultramarines, and you should buy 1,000,000 Ultramarines too, because they're the best chapter. Haha. Definitely not an Ultramarines fan, was never, you know. Yeah, just casually bought a lot of Ultramarines because he thought they were really cool. Also, Doomguy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. I'm angry about Ultramarines. No, that's the funny thing, is at the end of the day, I'm not super bothered by Ultramarines. I actually enjoy Gilliman when he shows up in books too. I mean, Gilliman's different. I think a lot of people these days have come around to Gilliman as a character though. Oh yeah, no, Games Workshop has a lot of marketable plushies, tier 40k merch. I'm gonna be honest, there's a Beast of Nurgle plushie that I saw, I'm like, somebody's gonna do a horrible thing to that. Like, I've been on the internet long enough that when I saw that Beast of Nurgle plushie, I'm like, oh no. Oh no, somebody's gonna commit like a moral crime with that thing, and I'm gonna be real sad. Shamelessly put like, hey, I mean, once again, I don't hate loyalist stuff. I just find the inherent grit and goop and just like weirdness of chaos infinitely more fascinating. I'll give loyalist stuff credit where it's due. Like in the Watchers of the Throne, the Ultramarines, the fucking Minotaurs were fucking magical. Oh, they were so fun there. Holy shit, Minotaurs are so fun. Everybody hated them in the book, and I love them for that. How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? Is it jar size? No, I'll show you. I'll show you what I mean about the thing. Door rite of passage. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's see, Beast of Nurgle blush. There we go. What is this? I just saw this recently. Oh, it's a YouTube's thing. Okay. WebP. I don't hate WebP as a format, but it's aggravating for stream stuff. It's like, it's this. So this is the Beast of Nurgle plushie, and I'm like, I love the chat rules. I try to keep them light. I'm gonna be honest. There are people that'll put like War and Peace in their chat rules. I'm gonna be real. Don't be a dick is all you really need. And if anybody is like, well, is doing this being a dick? Like in like a really combative way, they're being a dick, and you can launch them into space. Yeah, you can see like the thing is like the regular Beast of Nurgle isn't that weird looking of a model. It's totally fine. Why did they make it like that? I don't understand. I don't understand why they made it like that. All right, I think this guy is almost basically done. I mean, this. Also, how are you doing, Doomguy? I'm currently at the stage with these guys where I am trying to get them ready for an enamel wash. Guy is basically there. Oh yeah, I need to do some more skins. Well, so the thing I'm debating is if I want to like, I mean, there's like a couple of like, like some skin flaws. But I almost wonder how many I want to try picking out after the enamel wash, if that makes any sense. Because I've spent some time over highlighting some skin before after the wash, and it just seems to kind of like remove a lot of that detail. Let's go in the back. Yeah, okay, everybody's like, oh no, so okay, I'm not crazy, there we go. Take it. Oh no, what were people doing to the sandcastle? Oh no. I like that sandcastle Pokemon. I've not really interacted with Pokemon much as a franchise as of late, but the sandcastle one's pretty good. I think all these guys need like a very light amount of this, like this dark green brown from Proacro. Favorite thing to paint? That's a good question actually. I like things with like a lot of flesh on them, which is really, really good. So what I did, so this is tissue paper and glue. I've used different layers of browns and greens and stuff like that. But a lot of it was just probably, it's like Brigadine Brown from Army Painter. It's somewhere on my desk. I don't know where it is, but Brigadine Brown is a lot of that. But if you want, the texture was a very, very thin coat of PVA glue and I think it was PVA glue, typhus corrosion, like a little bit of baking soda sprinkled on it. I've been using baking soda more as a material. Like, you shouldn't use baking soda as like a snow equivalent because it does yellow after a while. So like all your snow will turn to piss. Such is life. But like what's it called? It's really good if you like mix it in with paint to add like a little bit of texture and stuff. I think in that case it shines. A little bit on the back of the shit. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that like it's a lesson that kind of you won't think about to learn until you learn it. I used to, when I did Legion of Everblight back in the day, I used a lot of baking soda for bases because I was like, so it's not as common as a recommend anymore, but that used to be like a recommend where it's like, oh, you want some snow bases? Baking soda is available in your and easy to grab ways in your house. Everybody has baking soda for cool bases, and you're like, oh, cool, and it looks good until the piss, and then you're like, oh no, this was a bad idea, and there's just no way you can really truly know in advance. So this guy is, so, oh shit, actually, I want to do a dry brush on all the little nodules. Let's do, there's a very specific paint I'm looking for. Yeah, let's get dark ivory. I also think you can tell that I use dark ivory with like flesh stuff a lot because it's just caked in like red adjacent paint, you know? It does, but like usually if you're doing snow bases, you want it to be pristine snow forever. Oh, jelly, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Especially those, like, I have to imagine those TRPG books are pretty rare. Also, like, this is kind of weird. I saw that, like, I was doing a little bit of, like, wiki browsing for some reason or other. And, like, I was keyed on to that there is a chapter called the Jade Talons that was made for a White Dwarf article. Apparently in issue, like, 515, they did a fun, like, make your own Space Marine chapter segment. And it's not like I would need White Dwarf to do that. Part of my brain's like, it'd be really cool to like look at that article and just look at the steps and follow them and stuff like that. Like that might be like a fun stream thing, just to make like a Space Marine chapter with all you nerds. Apparently that one copy of White Dwarf though is like not available in PDF form and like not even in the Warhammer Vault, and just like a lot of copies online seem to have already been bought. Like, oh, that's unfortunate. That's tragic. You're supposed to paint it white. The baking soda, you can, but like it's just the inherent nature of the material does kind of fuck with it after a while. Actually, I also need to do a bit of more dry brush. I have a really small dry brush. There we go. Yeah, it's you're getting to that realm of like weird chemical interaction bullshit. I also need to deal with them. I also realized I did not touch up all the horns that I needed, so. So I heard somebody like launching like fireworks or something. I'm like, what? Why? There we go. Getting a little bit of like the fleshy tube nature back. Yeah. I'm sure you could. I will say that like we're spoiled for choice for like if you're feeling real budget tier, you know, do what you got to do. But I do think picking up like a thing of like I think the AK snows are really good. I think the AK snows are really good, and they're worth picking up. You know. Yeah, I would love to travel to other LGSs and take a look at their stuff. I remember ages ago I got to visit Seattle, and you know, Seattle LGSs are built different. I remember finding a copy of Ryutama at a store, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Like no, I knew what Ryutama was, but like I was like, "What do you mean they have a copy of Ryutama at their goddamn store?" Alas, I do not live with garden people. Good to know though. Good to know. Hobby. That's also true. Yeah, there's also like a lot of hobby snow stuff in stores as well. You know, I think there's also ways to like, you know, make like I think there's also probably other ways now to DIY snow effects. in a way that like it's probably using like gouache or gouache or whatever, gorsh. That like the thing you use to prepare canvases. A lot of that is pretty white. I think it's probably mixing in some sort of like sprinkly powder stuff into it. I think that'll get you pretty far. Getting weird tuber bullshit. Let's go. I do think bits of this might be rubbed off once I inevitably start getting into the enamels. Assuming I'll get to. No, still 2 hours. Guess. Yeah, gesso. Gouache is like a other thing. Never mind. You're right. Gesso is what I meant to say. Yeah. Gesso. I think gesso mixed with like something that can make snow effects pretty decent, if I remember right. God, I love old hobby magazines, and like they're small enough where you can just like White Dwarf used to have that too, where it was like, hey, me and my buddies, we live in Texas and we're part of a store called like Radical Games. If you're ever in Texas, say hi. We want to do a big Warhammer event. I'm like, oh, that's really sweet. Like, I have my magazines currently, all my issues of, I actually mostly have Dragon. I have like 1 or 2 issues of Dungeon. I have all my issues of Dragon in like a little magazine rack that's currently in a, what's it called? It is currently in a milk crate. And on the back of one of my issues of Dragon, straight up is an Insane Clown Posse ad. It's the funniest shit. I might even go grab that in a sec, because it's just really, every time I walk by, every time I walk by that section, I just see the fucking big ICP ad and I lose my mind. I don't think it's like misplaced. I think a lot of like people who were into that are nerds. How you doing, Jocelyn? How you doing, Bonnie? Welcome. How you doing? I might be grabbing a vintage Insane Clown Posse ad very soon. Could also just wait for next ad break too, but I kind of want to grab it sooner, just because like it'd be fun. Hey, how you doing? I also love how the tissue paper and glue added like a sturdiness to this lad. He feels good to pick up. He's got that oomph to him, which I greatly enjoy. So I like this. This is a smaller size dry brush that what's it called? That Artist Opus has. It's nice, but also because of how small it is, like these fuck up quick. I don't. Oh god, yeah, the fucking. I think I have that Glade parody ad saved somewhere on my computer. When I found all my old WebM bullshit, I think that's somewhere in there now. I still love my old WebM bullshit because I would download stuff and I'd be like, oh, I should watch this anime someday, and I never did. Like, I never got around to watching Kanagi, which I remember looked neat, but I also remember that there was like a big controversy. If I remember, Kanagi's about like a tree spirit awakens and kind of just does like a daily life in Japan thing. But I think one of the light novels implied that in the distant past she had a boyfriend, and then people were like, oh fuck. By the way, unicorn behavior for anime stuff is not new. It's been around. that's pretty common. That's how you doing, shopkeeper? How you doing? Oof, yeah, I hopefully you didn't take like too much like long-term damage from your game. Hell yeah. I mean, hell yeah that you're playing Trench Crusade, not hell yeah that things got rough. I do not have spite in my heart. Actually, that's not true. I've been feeling more spite in my heart lately, but more for just like upset about the way things are in the world and not towards like specific people. Like more just kind of the stuff I was ranting about earlier about like waifu stuff, like disposable waifus content things. You know the important issues. Yeah, okay, this is gonna be real quick. I'm not even gonna be or I'll be. This will take like a sec. I want to grab this because it's really funny. Oh god, even the cover on this is a very, very fun relic. God, this is such a fun relic of the era. Okay. All right, so the front of this, is this like too reflective? No, there we go. So we got Dragon Magazine, and it's like we got Death and Peril in the Age of Steam. So we got, we got Elf Lady with like a cyber soul. All right, and then like, modest tits, but a lot of like very like leather and steam. I also really like the orc in the top hat. But if you go to the back, Insane Clown Posse in Bizarre. 2 new CDs. Oh my god, these are 2 separate CDs. What the fuck is that? It's basically 2 CDs with the same cover and like 1 letter difference. Why would they do it? I know they're Insane Clown Posse. They're high all the time. I'm like thinking about it, and I'm like, why would they? No, they're high. They've been high for so long. Of course, making 2 albums named Bizarre, both spelled wrong. Of course they would do that. Why would they not do that? They're fucking ripped. Not muscular, just like high as shit. Okay, that makes sense. That tracks. It built using Nurgle Rockkin. I think it's fair, especially if you're starting out. I personally I wouldn't do it, though. I also did make, so for mine was more of like what I did is like there's a lot of color thematic elements I'm carrying over to my dudes with the knowledge that Church Crusade could die. It's not like my games that I've enjoyed haven't died in the past. So like I'm prepared that if I ever need to roll them proper style into my like Nurgle stuff, they won't look too out of place. But also at the end of the day, hey, they're your models, so like do what the fuck you want. At the end of the day, they're yours, all your heart. So. Orpals cannibalizing your talents. Ooh. I do. What's it called? Also, really, there used to be a time where I could just go to like a shop and I could find old issues of Dungeon and Dragon. And like even when they were like 10 years out of stock. Now that's basically impossible. And unless I go like buying old issues, my collection is solidified. And I'm like generally okay with that. Nothing can truly ever last forever. I mean that's I wouldn't be surprised either. I think at the very least, like Trench Crusade at this point is a complete game. That's like I was talking about earlier, where it's like if there was never another faction ever released for Trench Crusade, I'd be okay with it. I would continue to play Trench Crusade. I'm sure people would fan make their own stuff after a while. So like, but there are also people that will only play newer like games that are actively supported. So it definitely, but like also the people who do like Mordheim stuff are built different as well, which is nice. So it's an interesting back and forth. Also, how you doing, Oni? How you doing? I'm working on these lads. A little yellow there. Actually, that kind of looks neat. Oh, no, let's see. There we go. Yeah, exactly. I still am very, so this is not like a formal declaration, but in my head, I want to eventually have one of every model in Trench Crusade. I'm not that far off. It's also really funny if you go to, if anyone ever wants to have a hearty little chuckle, go to YouTube, go to Google sometime, and and then like search for like Trench Crusade and then like specific model name. It's there's a non-trivial chance that you will find my beautiful face staring back at you. Because I've done a lot of models on stream, I kind of show up at a lot of, this is not me like gaming, like SEO gaming the system for Trench Crusade. No, I paint all the models that I'm talking about. It's just really funny how like relatively like how many of them I've painted. It's me. I'm drawn Trench Crusade in the flesh, in the goop. I'm using like basically like a Rackor flesh equivalent for the horn bits. I think it looks kind of nice. There we go. All their VTubers are Warhammer. I mean, there's not. I still overall like mini painting VTubers are still relatively rare. I will say. Like there are some, and then I think you're more likely these days to find a VTuber who is like into Warhammer and paints as like a treat. That's not uncommon. That happens a decent amount. Like I know a decent amount of people that are that. But like my niche is not as like super popular. I'm okay with that. But like I mean, it's like not many people are competing against me, and I am so that's how I can maintain my status as John Trench Crusade. I mean, they kind of are. There are people who backport a lot of the models into Trench Crusade these days. Trench Crusade into Mordheim these days. Like that's not totally out of the picture. Like it's a thing that some people still do for sure. Yeah. It's. I would even argue. Yeah. Because like, React content does very well. Because I will say, there is like there is a certain magical brain chemistry thing, where like if like the serotonin release of like when a person you like watches a YouTube video you like, it's very specific. It's a very specific thing. So like when you see like a VTuber do like what is orcs like YouTube video, you're like, oh shit, that's a thing I like, and that's a person I like. Wow, and then neurons activate from there. So that instantly kind of gets that going. It doesn't require a lot of work or investment because you put a video on like you're a teacher who's like a substitute. You're a substitute teacher putting a video on for the day. So like that's like pretty common to do for that reason. Like React stuff is as common as it is for a reason, because the effort to result ratio is really high. Like you don't have to put a lot of thought into it, but you get a lot out of it, which is what like that is also why people sometimes get labeled React Andy, because you can't only do that. You can't only do that. I guess some people might be able to do that as their main and only thing, but like it's a balance you got to strike. I think the closest I've done to that is I remember playing a lot. I had a big birthday bash where I showed all the spirit science videos because I love those. I love the spirit science videos. They're so insane. I have not watched any of his new stuff in a while. I'm sure John Spirit Science has cooked up a bunch of new horseshit for me to look into. Yippee, let's go. I should be, God, this is a very dark thought. So I have not kept up on the spirit science guy for a while, and like life and like the world has been in a weird spot. And I'm wondering how he's handled that. Like how leaning in is John Spirit Science these days. Fuck, I forgot about this skull bit. Whatever. I'll do all the horn nonsense first, and we'll go back. Actually, I could do the similar deal with the skull. Got like a little strap. Could do it. It's fine. I assume so. Because like the guy was like, there's unfortunately, and this is gonna be like, I think spirit science is once again fascinating, like kind of like as a crazy thing. Spirit science apparently makes a lot of money. Like not like, I don't think they're getting paid like big YouTube bucks. I know at one point the guy was running like a retreat, like seminar, like class thing. Like one of those kinds of people doing things. And if I remember right, that was one of those, like, this is like $1,000, but it's also sold out. So you're like, oh, okay. I see. There we go. It's, for context, it's kind of like new age crazy bullshit. I don't think it's like a full cult. Like, I don't think like I'm John Spirit Science. It's just the guy who's running the channel. Okay, this is good. This is going to require some. So I have not watched any of their videos, but if anyone knows what extra credits is, the presentations like that, including using the squeaky high pitched voice, but he's explaining shit where, like, instead of like, video game stuff, he's like, oh yeah, there's a UFO disc underneath the pyramids. And I believe in like the 1950s, a woman from Peru accessed it and used it to blast aliens with like reverberated chakra waves to make all of them violently sick so they would leave Earth alone and not invade it. And you're going to be like, how? What the fuck were any of those words? And that's spirit science. That's spirit science at the end of the day. Yeah, that flavor of bullshit. Yeah. I'm actually curious. I'm not gonna pull up a video. I want to see if I can grab like a thumbnail of like the last thing they did. Let's see. Spirit science. There we go. If you want to waste an hour of your life, oh no! It's worse than I could have possibly imagined. AI slop thumbnails. God's soul is being removed from this beautiful spinning ball of earth. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. Oh boy, let me show you this. Also, it looks like he's making slop anime? What the fuck is this? Hold on. God, this is like... Is he... Oh my god. Oh, it's all slop. I need to see. Yeah, oh god, I think his views are plummeting though. It's like these are getting like 2K views. Oh, it's all slop. Oh, oh no. Oh no, my day is ruined. My crazy internet blorbo has fallen to Gen AI. I'm kind of with you guys that like I'm not surprised by this. It actually kind of looks like this is recent-ish too. There's some like okay, I'm gonna show you like so like this is a thing he did like maybe like a month ahead. Okay, he's still integrating the slop. See if I can find like a good like. Oh, this is sad. Okay, there we go. Okay, so I want to show you like a before after of this. Sorry that I'm stopping the painting. This is genuinely heartbreaking. All right, grabbing some screenshots. Yippee. Life is pain. All right, let me get this off my screen real quick. Hold on. All right. I know, right? Yeah. This is the guy who thought that the Egyptian god Thoth actually spoke to him and gave him advice. So like, this is the kind of shit he did like as recent as like a month ago. You know, they're goofy little doodles, and everything he says is insane and like genuinely like brain damaging. But like, this is a video from today. Where it's like, man, you know, yeah, Josiah, that is real. Like going back to the fact that the fucking guy who jerked off the Wonder Bread stuff, like art was always a means to the end for him. I'm gonna get this off my screen. That was always the means to an end of him. Like he commissioned artists because he had a very specific boner, and now that boner can be satisfied without like through the slop mechanisms, he no longer needs to have any pretense about like commissioning artists for his weird boner material. I think the spirit science guy is weirdly in a similar spot where it's like I think in his mind he has a mission to get across, and prior to this point, all the little like cutesy little things that was kind of defined his channel were just like effectively like not placeholders, but like a means to an end. Where it's like, oh, he made all the little art or whatever, or probably more likely hired an artist for all this, and is like, oh, okay, I can just do this for effectively free. Probably still costs some money to gen like the amount he needs for videos, but like, man, wow. I don't know. I don't know if he's gone full like even like what's it called, like AI evangelist or not. Man, that's sad. Yeah, I'm trying to remember like what if I type in like Wonder Bread guy? Sorry, my brain is shocked forever. Let's see. Wonder Bread guy. I wonder if I can find him again. That's the tricky thing, is I never know the Wonder Bread guy's name. I just know, the Wonder Bread guy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's up to these days. Yeah, okay. I wonder if I can find out like Wonder Bread guy AI to find out what he's been up to these days. Okay, luckily I can't like immediately see any. It's also possible that he just disappeared off the face of the internet to like for this. Hi, Ironclad Flint. Yeah, I'm working on the Blightkings while being sad that the Spirit Science guy has fallen into the AI bandwagon. It's a strange feeling of disappointment hours today. How you doing though? How you doing? But yeah, I'm working on these lads. They're getting pretty close to the enamel stage is what I keep saying, but like little. I mean, I will definitely say that I'm seeing in like the model getting closer and closer to being done. Like every time I do like a little bit more, like we get a little bit more color definition and whatnot, In my toes in space. Hey, let's go. Crimson Fist are cool. Hell yeah. We were talking about Minotaurs and stuff earlier, because Minotaurs are like the one loyalist chapter that I really do. Oh hell yeah, let's go. I also as somebody who has like a decent commute to go to the guild for my work, 40K audiobooks are really, really nice for that. I'm currently doing Spears. I think it's Spear of the Emperor or Spears of the Emperor. I forget if it's plural or not. It's covering like a singular space marine of the Mentors chapter, going across into the Imperium Nihilus and figure out what the fuck is going on over there, because everybody's like looting like Imperial Navy vessels for like out of necessity and shit, and they're like, oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, I heard that they were kind of had like a, I forget if that was like one of those things that was like a. And no, I think some of the original guys had like Hispanic names. Yeah. Getting a little bit of funky horn bullshit. I think my route with this now, the Mentors are in the new book. The Minotaurs aren't in a huge amount of like. I mean, they have like Forge World stuff. Not a huge amount, but other than Watchers of the Throne. The second Watchers of the Throne, Minotaurs play like a reasonably large role, and they're very funny in that. Everybody hates them. Everyone hates them, but one of the Custodies is like, I feel pretty confident as a Custodies I could kill every Space Marine, but their Chapter Master freaks me out in the way that like, only high-ranking Custodies really do. How you doing, Spork? How you doing? I gotta say, as a Minotaur's lad, that statement is delightful. It's very fun. Oh, nice. Yeah, Space Empire's been cool. It's legitimately one. It's one Mentor right now. It's basically, it's like the Gilliman is like the Gilliman and the rest of those chapters are trying to send envoys into the Imperium Nihilus to figure out what the fuck is going on over there. After the Eye of Terror cracked open. Because I was originally wanting to listen to it for basically for context for potentially. I would like to do. I also kind of want to do maybe like a streamed Imperium Maledictum game. So Imperium Maledictum isn't too hard to run. Like it's pretty straightforward. There is a Foundry implementation, and that son of a bitch is broken. Oh my god! Like it works once you've already made a character. All the things that's supposed to like help you build a character do not work. The built-in character creator breaks. We've imported in like, so for context, for Foundry is a virtual tabletop thing, kind of like D&D Beyond or Roll20 or whatever. What's it called? And it's like kind of neat because like you could do things like you can have a character sheet and like drag like a you can drag like a gun from like a collection of items and it'll go onto your sheet and kind of like put itself in the right spot and make it so that like if you roll to shoot gun, it'll already have all the rolls kind of pre-built. And like that usually has worked. It's great for Lancer. Lancer with Foundry is, I would almost say, a requirement. CompCon and Foundry together make Lancer fucking buttery smooth. But yeah, no, the fucking Imperium Maledictum Foundry one is busted as shit. That makes me big sad. Oh hell yeah, let's go. I have. It's tricky. I have 2 big knights and a bunch of little ones for Chaos Knights. So I can't tell you really how many points they're worth because that fluctuates so much. I have at least, as of 9th edition, I had at least 2,000 points of knights, which I was very happy with. And I could still probably run them. Every now and then I'm like, I kind of like a 3rd big knight, you know? I would like, oh, that's the one where you can sacrifice cultists to do fun shit, right? That one seemed neat. I don't have like any proper like chaos cultists, weirdly enough. Like I have the various like armies and stuff, but I don't think I've ever committed with like cultist units. There we go. Good. Hell yeah. Like I was thinking with the when they were doing that box that had the what's it called, the Red Corsairs. I was like, oh, that comes with the dam. That's kind of cool. That would be fun to maybe get. This got a little. This is good. This is gonna really help actually to pick out some of the wrapping stuff too, which is nice. Some of the wrapping I miss is just getting like residual dustings of this dry brush. But yeah. I don't have any proper like Trader Guard or Chaos Lads or like Cultist Lads or anything. I will say there was some really fun cultist in the they kind of get glossed over in Apostle, some of the cultist guys, but at the very end, this is like a minor spoiler, but it doesn't really matter too much. Some of the cultists begin fusing together into like one, like 2 cultists fuse into one being, and it speaks with 2 mouths, and it's just like really, really cool. I love that shit. Chaos is rad. So surprising absolutely no one that I think Chaos is rad. What do we got now? Also, we got an ad break. That's what we got now. BRB! Fuck, this always sneaks up on me. Go, men. All right, we're back. Yippee! So I was doing a little bit of looking at the lads. I'm like, oh yeah, shit. Okay, this arm is clearly this guy clearly has like a gauntlet that I just missed. So not the biggest deal. Also, I had to know. I had to know. I have not watched this video yet, so I was like I had to know if the fucking spirit science guy put out a video addressing his AI usage stuff. Like if he's one of those people that like, oh yeah, AI is gonna like fucking change the world. And I did find one thing. I have not watched it. I might watch it just because I'm curious what his justification is. But it's really like the preview's really funny. So it's like, apparently this is like a kind of problem that really only exists for him. He made white Jesus. The spirit science made white Jesus. And for most people, like, you know, Jesus isn't white, but like, you know, that's kind of a like whatever thing in the grand scheme of things. People have been doing that shit forever. But like, this is also a guy that is like, I know the real truth of the universe. Like, he's one of those people that call him, I'm pretty sure, Yeshua. Like the kind of that kind of guy. And then he's over there doing rookie shit like making white Jesus with AI. And I'm like, God, that is a very like beautiful convergence of just crazy horseshit. That like all that being a sentence is so wild. Sometimes life really is just like really goes all out for some nonsense. So I'm trying to go back. There's like a couple little bits where I think like I'm not gonna do like really heavy highlights, but I'm taking this like this yellow and kind of using that to kind of touch up. I'm just kind of mostly just getting on the edges, or like if I see any, like one of these guys under his armpits has like a bunch of metal stuff, you know. This oily Josh from now on. Yeah, that seems legit. So I say how you doing? How you doing? Good old Slippery J, you know, as one does. Yeah. Yeah. I like, the thing is like the benefits to AI stuff that could work, they're not sexy. And arguably they only really benefit for like, it's good for batch processing data. That's really about it. Like I mean, like there's probably some other usage, but like that's a thing that could like genuinely be handy. But also like you can't sell a Windows operating system upgrade on like, it can maybe find things good, but also that very dependent on like a bunch of other things and whatnot. Like that kind of stuff doesn't sell, but also like that's why they're like, you know what? Oh wow, you can make your own movie with AI. Whoa. Because they're like, please buy this, please buy this, please buy this. Yeah. I saw my friend Oily Josh at the Denny's, and you know, he was filled with good life advice. You know, I think if anybody is like well known for being oiled, I think they generally know what they got going on. You know, they know what they got going on in life. They know what they are and they know what they want. Listen. I need to unfortunately mush a lot of I need to mush some brown deep into so I can get some of these like little rope like the cloak bits. There we go. I like these guys. The closer I get, the more I'm finding the little bits, and then you know, as it be. But yeah, so like I'm curious if the guy's gonna be like, yeah, I use AI because I'm lazy or like whatever. I unfortunately I'm fairly certain that the spirit science guy's gonna be like, no, this is like the human consciousness expanding. Wow, I'm gonna be like, oh. Not that I'm like a regular viewer that's like disappointed in him. He was just one of my favorite internet crazies, and now he's like less fun because of that. It's such, I don't even argue it's a first world problem. It's an insane problem to have where you're like, oh, you're one of your favorite pet lunatics on the internet fell into AI and you're devastated. Like that's something that if I articulated that to like legitimately anybody I knew, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I do think if you have like a craze, like, you know, it is a full movie. If you want an hour and a half of knowledge that will make you dumber, the Human History movie is really fun because of how stupid it is. It is very much in that category of knowledge that makes you stupider. It truly is. But if you don't mind getting dumber, it is a treat. Sip. Oh yeah, fuck, this guy had like a little... I'm getting to put like a couple of these guys have like a little bit of extra bullshit with all their stuff. Like this guy's got like the little strap thing. It was also kind of nice because by putting on these like ragged cloaks, it actually did do what's it called? It actually did do like a little bit to cover up some details. So it kind of made painting these guys easier in a weird way, which is very funny. Oh. Let's see. Get that. What do you need, bud? What do you need, lad? Oh yeah, I need to continue painting. I need to continue painting his tits. That's what I need to do. Clearly. Yeah, I mean, fair. Like yeah, it's like I don't need it. I don't need anyone to be stupid. But I do find that like genre of like knowledge that actually makes you dumber fascinating. Where it's like I learned something new today. It's not good. Like this does not improve my life in any way, but nah. Oh. It's getting a little. Cause like these guys, like I tried to do I have this like kind of like very light brown paint that I like a spray paint. It's what I used on the big chicken too. The big turnip chicken. Also maybe dry brush the wood a little bit. Ugh. I'm hoping maybe because like a lot of times I've done like very distinct glazes on these guys. I also do realize that they have like a bunch of warts and stuff. I'm hoping to get the warts later. I think the warts and stuff are gonna be like the very last bits. Oh, I see, Ranchero. Once again, I'm not surprised. I am concerned. How you doing, Templar Orator? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? I'm currently working on the new Putrid Blightkings. They're coming up pretty good. I'm also finding very saddening things about the Spirit Signs guy. It's making me big sad. I am big. What this guy said like. This sounds insane. Why do these guys have like metal in the armpits? Oh shit, we go in mimic mode. Okay, I can do that. There. Let me readjust real quick. Come in. Hey, there we go. How you doing? Let's go. Yeah, I do minis a lot. Like mini like. It is me. I am mini painting VTuber. This is my shtick. But yeah, I'm currently working on these guys. They are turning out pretty legit. Basically what I'm trying to get them ready for is I want to get them to the point where I can enamel wash them. That is the. I swear one of them had like a pit that was like accidentally painted with a metal color, and I want to fix it. Age of Sigmar, not so much. Currently, what I mostly be playing these days is Turnip 28, Trench Crusade, and 3rd edition 40k. Those are the kind of the main games I play. Supposedly, my local group is wanting to start Star Wars Legion at some point, so that's kind of neat. I'm excited about the Star Wars Legion stuff because the new Mandalorian army looks kind of legit. This is also gonna sound really dumb, so like, but not really though. Yeah, I fucking love Turnip. Also, if you want to see my minis, I do have a whole Instagram of all my minis. This is where I put my completed minis at. But like I'm very much a your dudes kind of guy, and Star Wars games are tricky because so much of the various franchises or like rotate around the main character's dicks. Like I kind of really enjoy when they do a cool thing like they do like to the Old Republic, where they're like, oh yeah, this is like our own little thing. It's Star Wars, but we're doing our own little thing. And there's nary a Skywalker around. I'm like, that's cool. But yeah, if you play like the war games, they're always in the same era. There's always going to be Vader and whatnot, and like Luke and whatnot. At least with the fucking Mandalorian clans, there are named characters, but there is apparently an option to build your own, which I find really, really cool. Yeah, I mean, you say that, but like in the game terms, you're still mostly playing like in Legion. If you want to do like a scoundrel sort of thing, you do mostly just get like Hondo or Boba Fett, and not Boba Fett, Hondo or Maul. And they're like fun characters and everything, but it's like, yeah, no, it's like I've seen them a million times. I've seen them a million times. They're not my OC do not steal. Like I said, legitimately one of these guys had like a skin issue. Not sure where that went. I'm okay if I might have fixed that already. I'd be okay with that if that's true. I just know that if I don't get this now, I'm gonna regret it super forever. But yeah, so that's potentially pretty neat. That is potentially pretty cool. I think the big thing with some of these is like this guy is in a good spot for enameling, I believe. I gotta get his axe and stuff. I can actually just do that right now. Yeah, probably. I think the big thing, honestly, is just, I'm gonna be honest, it's probably just like, I think homebrewing war games is cool, but definitely for a lot of games, you gotta know the other people. So I think, and especially because like I'm gonna be new to Star Wars Legion, so I don't know what's gonna be like balanced or reasonable or not. So probably what I'm gonna do is do the ones where you can bring like a custom leader, or just use an existing like Mando and like reskin them, and that'll be good enough for what I want. That guy's axe is drying. Oh shit! Also, there's like apparently I just totally missed one little bit on there. That this guy I know has like a little secret side. Oh yeah, this okay, there we go. I don't know what so he's got this like little ring thing down here, and I don't fully know what to do with that. I think all this is like, so I did the technique where I used a paper towel to like really add tissue paper to add like this kind of like grit and texture. There were like some little areas like this little bit to the side that I just could not reach, so I definitely need to go back here and like hit that up. Which seems to be working. There we go. It's got a big stretchy too. The big tricky thing is like what the fuck is that ring? I guess that's just like a. I guess I can basically paint that like a leather thing. And just kind of go from there, and then dry brush it appropriately once it gets a bit drier. Okay. I think I can make this work. Then I gotta dry brush the fucking random skull. I will say there's been surprisingly restraint about skulls on these guys. Like this is this gigantic kind of like ox skull is really the only one, and like I think it looks good. I do think it looks good on them. Like, I do still really like the old Blightkings. They are a magical model that is super multi-purpose. Like if you have Blightkings bits, you can basically use them for anything. For context, when I was working on my Death Guard, where's the lag? There we go. Sip. So like. All right, there we go. So this guy is like mostly a Blight King torso sorry, Blightkking like back, and then Blightkking head, and you know, with enough Sprugo and other bits, he's like, you know, he's a solid Death Guard lad. Yeehaw. I was debating if they might be painted on Sunday, because I did have a lot of fun kit bashing a bunch of like Death Guard weirdos. I did have a bunch of fun with that. It's kind of weird because like I hobby enough on my own. That's the best way to say it. So it's like there was kind of like we were talking, because originally why we end up doing a hobby day today is because everyone's like, well, it'd be nice just to kind of have a way to kind of like get us to get some projects done and stuff like that. It's like I do get projects done, but like I don't think I would have ever gotten that there's like Death Guard guys worked on without a dedicated hobby day. It's like, oh, that's neat. It's just kind of interesting how like a communal thing like that can work, you know? Oh, thank you, Dennis. Thank you. I like being a horrible creature on the internet, like horrible in appearance, but like, you know, but like a nice guy with happy feelings all of the time. Kung Pao is still one of the best movies. Fucking love Kung Pao. Got duets. I do like a little bit more brown touch up on the cloak. A little bit. There we go. I was at one point working in other colors too. I might need to do that as well. Bring back. I was using some of this like dark yellow. This dark yellow is functionally like a weird ass green. See if I can get like a drop of that in and like reduce it to a drippy texture, so I can kind of add a little bit more color back in. Getting like a little dropper bottle of just medium. Never. By the way, never buy Lamia medium. Don't buy Lamia medium. It's not bad. But like more so than anything Games Workshop sells, the best thing you can do instead is go to an art store, buy a big old fucking bottle of acrylic medium, acrylic matte medium. It will not cost you very much. Get a dropper bottle, put it in there. You will have more medium than you ever know what to do with. It'll last you for the rest of your life. It'll probably be roughly the same price. It's super handy, you know? So that ended up being less yellow than I thought. So added a little bit of gray, probably like not like a full dry brown. Oh, okay. Some of that kind of greenish kind of like settled in, which is good. I'm just gonna kind of work it in a little bit just to add like a little bit of color variety. I think potentially some of this might be removed once I start enameling. I'll probably bring it back later. Sure doesn't make me laugh like it does. No, it's like, what, you don't like the fucking Quing and the we got Quing and we got SpongeBob now. Well, thank you for the hydrate. I can definitely use that. Big stretchy. For context, for people who can, if you're on YouTube and you can't hear the music, it's just because YouTube doesn't let me have music like that, so I can only really show that on Twitch. This is from all the various Neil Cicierega mouth albums. They're very good. Neil Cicierega is one of the greatest who has ever done it for anything. He is a goddamn internet renaissance man, and if you enjoyed something on the internet at one point in your life, you could probably trace it back to him. You could full body shudder. Hell yeah, let's go. That's what I want. That's what I want to hear. Like Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny is the one that people usually default to. There's nothing wrong with that. But also there's like the Potter Puppet Pals. There is the Ariel Got Legs comic. All these albums. Hell, like Lemon Demon as a band has some real bangers. Like Touchstone Telephone is like really fucking good. I also really like Mask of My Own Face. Mask of My Own Face is like a legitimately very, very good song of his, which I enjoy. Yeah, okay, so I'm bringing back a little bit more color mix on here, which is good. I might add a little bit more I think this was originally adding some plum too. But yeah, I'll probably save some of the plum bringing back into, like, I think I'm going to go with the idea that at one point maybe these cloaks were just straight up purple, but they've been just like, you know, like tarnished and whatever. There we go. Oh, there's like a little bit up at the front top of his head. Also, I'm super sad because like I've had this brush for like 5 years. This brush has seen some shit, and it's a Red Cross Game synthetic that I chopped the tip off a million years ago before I knew how to fix brushes. But it's like a good utility brush. However, it is getting floppier and floppier. Like I just think there's a certain like I think it's just like I clean it, I condition it. It's been going good, but I do think it is nearing the end of its life. And that makes me like it's a little sad. It's like I said, it's been my old faithful for a long time. So I don't want to give up on it. That might be happening soon though, you know? And it's annoying because like like my LGS doesn't carry the brush company brush anymore. Like I think I followed Redgrass Games on Twitter every now and then because they were talking about like a really cool desk lamp for like they were like really big about their special super cool desk lamp for like a decent chunk of time. And I was always like, yeah, you know, I'll pick up that desk lamp one of these days. I never did. I don't really need to though, because I have like, you know, these streaming lights. The streaming lights kind of negate the need for a fancy desk lamp at the end of the day, because it, you know, it does that and so much more. Alright, so this guy, I'm gonna say this guy's looking good. Oh fuck, okay, there's a little bit on this guy's arm. There we go. Okay, so besides that, what else we got going on? Well, I guess I could do the same little wood dry brush on these two guys as weapons. Yeah, let me do that. I'm gonna use a... I do still use Steel Legion Drab just because I have like an itty bitty bottle of it. Oh god, let me drink. Hold on. Yeah, I think to be fair, I think the Yahoo song catches you off guard because like it's like one of those sounds you don't hear. Like what's I mean, like you don't hear it out. Like no one's doing the fucking old Yahoo commercial Yahoo. Like every now and then I will remember that Yahoo exists as a like usually it's through Yahoo News. Like every now and then I'll see like a news article and I'll look at the source and it's like Yahoo News. I'm like, oh shit, it's still going. Tie quill and pass out like at least month. Oh, I thought. I was expecting Tyquill to be part of the pun. You're the master of like Tyquildo or whatever. I don't know. I was expecting something with that, and I'm saddened that I prepared for the wrong thing. Call a tarp that purrs like a cat. A mutant. Hey, that's fun. Also, good night, Jay, and bye, J-Cat. Bye bye. J-Cat's my #1 fan. I'm sorry, everyone. Like. The rest of you like my streams, but the J-Cat is like entranced by them. I assume that's true. I could be speaking entirely bullshit. I feel like the J-Cat's like real lost in the sauce. Okay. That like last little bits. You get the little axe bit as well. There we go. Oh shit. Okay, no, he's also got this little club. Also like little fuck. He's got the little fuck. Someday he'll upgrade to the big fuck, and I'll be super excited for him. There we go. It's like I just keep forgetting little details where it's like oh yeah, that little thing in the back, the little. I've basically been mixing like purple and plum to get like the right shade of like very light purple to hit that with. And then there's also this guy's belt had, well, not belt, his fucking axe wrap had that. You're doing good. I'm sure probably I'll also eventually find that like I missed like a really crucial detail that's gonna fuck my shit up. I do wish these guys had more, like, I actually appreciate the restraint on not giving these guys like a million tentacles. Like that was I think must have like legitimately must have been like agony for some G-Dubs designer out there. Oh yeah, I should double check the horns. But I don't know. I also feel like if, out of the models to have a bunch of those, I feel like the Blightkings should, because like, you know, they're like Nurgle royalty guys. But it's also really handy for painting. I will have to eventually go back and get like he's got some boils and shit. And I do remember for my Death Guard how to make the boils look like really fucking gross, which I'm excited about. I haven't got to paint like a good boil in a while. It's weird. It's weird bullshit like that I'm like, I miss painting a horrible gross boy with the sick boils. I want to join. I don't know why I've been switching to like chimney sweep so often recently. I guess I've been just feeling it. Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't hate the 8th edition Death Guard, but I don't disagree that they're over designed. Like they have like a million goddamn tentacles and what. Like painting them is annoying to like quite a bit. Which is why I haven't painted all mine, despite liking them as a faction, you know? Yeah, it's a little orphan voice is so fun to do. How you doing, Mantis? How you doing? I'm painting my Blightkings. They're turning out pretty legit. I'm doing like one quick little like touch-up pass before. I think what I'm gonna try to do is I want to try to minimize the time I'm away from the stream. So what I might need to do is do the enamel pass during an ad break, because I think it might take a bit. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy the way they're turning out. Oh yeah, this is the guy that need like touch up on his little things. It's like a big old blob of paint that's like drying on my palette. So I'm trying to like revitalize it. I don't want to have to get out more paint for them at this stage. So yeah, luckily I have a very dumb in between project. For like until the ad break comes and I need to varnish these bad boys. Because I think I absolutely do need to varnish them or else some of this paint's gonna come off in like a way that I'm not jazzed about. There we go. I also do think that this would I think this would fly on the tabletop. I think the enamels will really push them. Let's zoom out. How you doing, Rusty? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernaut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Escape variety. Oh shit, how's Space Marine 2 treating you? I played single player and I played like 2 online games and that was it. But yeah, I'm currently working on some Blightkings technically for Age of Sigmar, but once again, I'm probably going to be running these guys mostly in, what's it called? I'm probably going to mostly use them for, OPR regiments. What the fuck? Hey, let's go. But I'm glad you got what you want out of it. You guys are looking legit. But so they're good for right now. I need to varnish them. Actually, varnishing doesn't take too long. Did I lose that? I had like a piece, so I have an old varnish stick, like to the point where it's so like, this is gonna look weird. This is just layers and layers of just like paint. That has been, I've been using this thing continuously for 6 years, something like that. And what's really funny is that one of the nubbins broke off and I was like, oh shit, it's fucked up. And it's like, oh no. What happened was it broke off, but you can see like this, like it's straight up like sedimentary layers of paint. It's kind of amazing. Like the chunk is somewhere on my desk. I need to like recover the chunk. But yeah, I'm gonna put them on here. Also, spoilers, this is what I'm gonna be working on afterwards. Yeah, I'll zoom out a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot, because Rhino... This is not a Rhino. This is a Razorback with a weapon array that I don't believe that blast cannon Razorbacks exist in Modern 40... Mind you, G-Dubs really has tried to, like, remove all the classic vehicles from Modern 40K. Yeah, so I got this guy used, and there was some work that needed to be done. If you're wondering, like, hey, Hal, where are the nubs? I had to remove those. because they were fucked up. They were real bad. They were real bad. So, I mean, I mostly play 3rd edition anyway, so a 3rd edition Razorback is totally valid to use in a couple of different armies. So it's not too bad. Oh, I 3D print all the time. So for me, I like 3D printing because I like unique 3D printed sculpts, or I like custom bits. I'm not like I understand. I understand that, like, get models however you can in this world. They're expensive as shit. Like, what's like good examples of 3D? Unfortunately, all my 3D printed stuff's in it. Oh yeah, these guys. Oh no. These guys are not done yet. I'm currently building some like tardigrade water bug runners for Turnip 28. So I got these guys. How you doing, Mimic Chest? How you doing? Like, I do a lot of 3D printed bits. What's another? Or like unique sculpts from, like, oh, this guy's not done yet. Oh, actually. Like this guy from Bestiarum is this like cool undead guy. I love 3D printing. I love 3D printing. I'm very pro 3D. I still buy models though, because it's, it's nice. And like, oh yeah, actually, the fucking Eye of Horus on here is 3D printed. All right, I'm gonna go varnish these guys. This shit too. Those dredge machine marines are legit. Those are fucking awesome kits. Okay, awesome. I also 3D printed this. So what I want to try to do, this is the thing I want to try. I want to try to, like, digitize this and make it like a scrolling part of my background. All right, this should not take very long. I'm gonna be like in and out. So, all right, BRB everybody, BRB. Ah. Here's baby. I bumped into some shit. I'm back though. Yippee! Hopefully I didn't keep you nerds too long. Oh, how you doing, Sonic? Oh fuck! Hold on. Ah, how's it going, everybody? Welcome. How you doing? How you doing, Sonic Addict? How you doing, Ergon Shark? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skate variety. I was just varnishing some minis. I've been varnishing some minis. How you doing, Shadow? How you doing? How you doing? So I'm currently waiting for my Blightkings to dry so I can do some enamels for them. But in the meantime, I got this Razorback. And I got this makeup sponge. It's sponge time, motherfuckers. All right, yeah, because like I think this is gonna be nice and like relatively, you know, relatively quick as a thing to do. So I got one of these makeup sponges. I'm gonna be using Scarab Green, which is what I've been using for a lot of my Sons of Horus sponging, my sponge of Horus, if you will. That's a stupid joke. Yep, just gonna put this on this makeup sponge I got. By the way, I don't think these are super worth it, but I was at the LGS and got one of these, like, basically, like, it's a palette with the technology of those, like, fidget poppers. It is really, okay, that's still a little wet, but, like, it's pretty good for, like, scraping out paint that way. I don't think anyone needs it. It's definitely, I was like, well, you know, I got a little bit of store credit. I can buy something stupid and small. And indeed, it was worth. Just gonna dabble all that off. Yeah, to be fair, a lot of people were already doing this. A lot of people were already using legitimate fidget poppers for that. Companies are just like, well, if you're gonna use fidget poppers anyway, we might as well. We might as well do that, you know? Yeah, after a while, paint just becomes a further material, which is pretty great. There we go. I think this would be better. The thing is, the palette's really small. Like, I think in this instance, I want like I think I'm actually gonna put this on my wet palette though. Just so I got some more room for that. Silly painting after 3 months extreme competition. Hey, let's go. What silly thing are you working on? Oh god, a bunch of that came out. Sure be. Wait, fuck, that's the wrong. Okay. Get a different color. Okay, luckily I can dabble all this out. Oh, the paint broke before the guard. All right, there we go. Let me get the actual paint. I'm basically, luckily a lot of the paints transfer over from when I was doing my High Fleet Tiamat. I will say though, the Proacryl Oxide Green, if you're ever doing Sons of Horus, that color fucks immensely hard for that. If you're looking for a good color for that. Yeah, this is just like, you know, this is a Razorback. This is just needs to go quick. And that, like, if this just, I will say, sponging a vehicle feels real good. I've been testing this out on Marines right now. When the context of like, this, you know, I gotta get this Razorback. Gotta is a strong word. I would like for this Razorback to get kind of like done quick, but look still pretty decent. Little Owl Knight. Ooh, let me take a look. Woo! It's funny. You're like, I'm gonna take a break and do a silly little thing, and then you like, so I always associate busts with like real serious. I know it's a goofy subject matter. I always associate busts with like real serious business painting, because in my experience, every person who's like really good at painting, as like painting is their thing, eventually they like, you know, there's people that paint Warhammer minis because they're a thing that they can paint. Those people will sometimes just like entirely move past like those kind of, also whoever built this put that on kind of lopsided, but that's fine. A lot of times when I get a used model, if it's not too badly fucked up, I do kind of like to leave it in as intact as it was, because I find that kind of fun. I'm gonna be honest, I run very little. I tend to really love running Trench Crusade very elite heavy. I'm definitely like build high. I'll usually keep maybe like, I would say, unless you're doing something really special or you're doing like Chua, maybe probably 2 is fine. And even then, if like, are you putting it on like a dork? Like, if you're putting it on like a dork that you never want to see melee, I would argue that like, if that guy is being in combat to the point where a bayonet's going to come out, like, you know, if you have the points, like if you just have like, you know, I have like enough points just to spend on something, go for it. I think overall you don't need to though. I don't think that's necessary. Oh yeah, I mean there are pilgrim variants that do well with like a smattering of dudes. So yeah, I would say definitely if you're getting a head start on that, maybe do like 1 or 2. Or actually, you would be really good. Something that you will probably want, maybe a musician. Like musicians are really good because of the bonus to dash rolls. And I would almost guarantee you probably don't actively have a musician in any of your stuff right now. I barely do. So yeah, giving a guy a fun instrument will actually be like pretty beneficial to what you're for your future stuff. Yeah. I could see that because like the thing is like I consider myself a pretty decent painter. I get things done pretty quickly, and I do models that look good for tabletop. But like I'm painting for tabletop. People like a golden demon entry consuming like months is like bananas to me. Like that I could see how that just feels like you burn you out after a while. So I'm glad you're getting some time to chill and have fun with like a project you want to have fun with, because you definitely deserve it at that point for sure. Very funny missing high elves. I believe elf to elf communication. I wish your high elves a very good be found. We're gonna get like I will say another sponge option. These whenever I got like a sponge option that I need to go into like like I want to sponge this, but I also want to be able to get into like here. You can just kind of like get under that. I've been using especially for like Marines, because like a lot of Marines will have like the bolter directly in front of their chest. This definitely does help for that, for sure. So here's what happened. I was not going through life with the idea of building Sons of Horus, but I was given a bunch of Sons of Horus minis, like first edition Horus Heresy stuff. And could I make them word bearers? Yeah. But I was like, sometimes, like, once again, I find sometimes with used models, I find myself charmed by what they were going to be. Like, I've been, like, stripping paint from them. Like, some of them, like these guys back. This guy is, like, very, very early in the sponging process. There we go. And it's like, I've been having fun with them. But also, the more I think about it, so I played 3rd edition, right? I don't have a vanilla Space Marine force. And you're gonna be like, what do you mean Sons of Horus vanilla Space Marine force? Don't worry about it. But for real though, I don't have a vanilla Space Marine force. I have a bunch of chaos stuff. And I will say, these guys are scaled appropriately for older editions. They're on bigger bases than they would have back in the day, you know? Oh, they absolutely are the Ultramarines of Chaos, for sure. I also, not gonna lie, I do kind of like painting their grings. Their grings do feel pretty good to paint. But I totally feel you on that. But yeah, it's like I can use them for things, but a lot of this is just like the whimsy of fate has led me to paint these. And I do find that, like, I'm also using them a little bit to practice my sponging, which has been good. Yeah, I've also found like a really good, I will say, Proacro Bronze on top of Rough Iron from Army Painter. I don't know where my Rough Iron is really pretty. Also, this is a really good color too. I'm gonna take like half of this Scarab Gring and half of this Oxide Gring to make like a mix. And then just kind of like lightly dab that everywhere. I will be going back to the Blightkings probably pretty soon. I'm giving them the appropriate amount of time. There we go. Let me get this color combo mixed. There we go. Thank you, Huggy. Thank you for the hydrate. I could definitely use that. Ooh. I will say though, I would like to. It's weird. I would actually like a pin someday, just like as a fun thing. But I also know the kind of things and stuff and styles I like to paint are probably not like going to be good fits for that. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I really like that fucking oxide green mixed in for this. There we go. Try to pull this down into most of this. Oh, okay, that's cool then. I was under the impression that like if you're not doing like non-metallic metals and stuff, they kind of like yeah, I have a bunch of like I'm probably gonna use okay. I have what's in my brain I call the Torment Nexus, which is how I link all the games I like to play together. So like, are these guys going to be used potentially in 40K? 3rd edition, yes. Could I also use them in Horus Heresy? Also, probably yes. So like, I'm gonna mix and match them. Oh yeah, so yeah, the Razorback is absolutely going to be for Heresy. I'm doing that thing where it's like, oh no, my warband was in a warp storm and they come out and oh no, it 40K now and they don't know what to do. I have like a story in my head for how to make that work. I'm also okay just kind of fucking around too. Like I have a very rough idea of the lore I want to give them where it was like they cut like they were like back like not quite lunar wolves, but they were definitely like sons of Horus, but before like everything got really fucked up. And then like they came back out of the warp storm, was like, oh god, what the fuck, and ended up by chance shacking up with a local Forge World, where the Mechanicum was like, okay, they were like, okay, listen, we like. Most people don't know what you are, so we're going to sort of like fake you some credentials, and we're also going to give you like some Space Marine gear that we can produce. We also know that you have a bunch of tech priests from like the year 30K that have a bunch of cool lost knowledge and stuff. So they basically did like, I'll give you fake papers in exchange for kind of like I'll give you a fake ID in exchange for giving me access to some of your cool shit. And they're just going with the idea that like your average Space Marine chapter, if you're like, who are you? We're the Lunar Wolves. Like as far as I'm aware, the knowledge of the older chapter of the Lunar Wolves, like the older name, is not super common knowledge. Yes, yeah, we are sons of Horse. How you doing, Battlerek? How you doing? So that's like a very light idea of what I'm going. I also found this old guy I got from a Kickstarter that I never really used for anything. I was like, this would be a fun like Mechanicus guy to kind of go with that idea. Oh yeah, you should. Yeah, I mean, paint some pilgrims. Honestly, too, a lot of times for smaller war games like Trench Crusade, you do gotta like. If you think there are people nearby who would be interested, you might need to like jumpstart a scene yourself. It's not impossible though. You potentially will have to put some legwork in, but it is not totally impossible to do. I need to like, some of the sponge is good, but other times some of the sponge stuff I need to like really like feather it out quite a bit more, so it's like not as obvious hitting it with the fucking egg. So yeah, that's my justification for I'm going to be running it with like newer post heresy tech with them. Also, I'm also the canonness of the Eye of Horus though is very much like I'm not gonna think too hard about that. I'm not gonna think too hard about that. I just think it's fun just to it's a nice little symbol. It's fun. I'm having a little cheeky little bit of fun. I will say, like, sponging Marines has been pretty legit. Sponging vehicles has actually been a real baller. Like, this is not gonna like blow anyone's dick cling off, but it's like this looks relatively solid. This looks like relatively solid, like right out of the base. Especially if I do like I think probably before I do that final highlight layer. That's true. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely too. I could even go with the idea that they were loyalists. Because yeah, the Death Guard had a bunch of people split away. I really like that. I didn't realize until relatively recently how much of like the White Scars kind of were like, which side do we fucking go on? Because there's a lot of people who were into like the warrior lodges and stuff like that. And like, the horse is the war master, and they're like, yeah, horses are bro. It's him, the fathers of the fathers of Osiris. Actually, that would be kind of fun. Actually, I might jokingly call them that. I'll still leave that on there, but maybe I'll see if I can find some like other Egyptian symbols I can just totally fucking steal. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that does sound like a lot of fun. All right, so you're definitely probably need to maybe sponge this side a little bit more, It's like I also really like it every now and then. People will do trader versions of Loyalist. I will say, every time I've seen somebody do a trader Ultramarine warband, or they really lean into the like, yeah, Rome was a bad place, so like if you really want your Ultramarines to be like the really crazy conquering parts of Rome with like extra spikes and shit, that does look really cool. That I've seen that done a couple of times, and every time I've been like, ooh damn, that good. That's the good shit. Yeah, Onks would make sense actually. Yeah. Also too, I'm gonna be real, like Thousand Sons are not the only ones that own Egyptian stuff. This isn't a dig at you. I was just thinking like, well, I could definitely do some Egyptian stuff with them also. Like, it's not like there's like a million Greek ones too. So it's like, I could borrow Egyptian bullshit and just like maybe some of the stuff that the Thousand Sons doesn't touch up on. That could be neat. All right. Oh, let me see how. Okay, I have an idea. It looks like the ad break is going to be coming up. I'm going to go ahead and pop that, and that way, once the enamel starts, I don't have to stop. So this is going to be a little early, but I'm just going to rip this Band-Aid off right now. BRB! All right, we back. All right, this also gave me some time to get all my enamel supplies out, which is also very, very nice. But yeah, I got my, how you doing, Lord of Bones? I'm right in time for enameling. Hell yeah. Got my brush, I got my AK War Games Dark Wash. And let's start hitting up the lads. All right, so I'm gonna do that. Manamanam, ba 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 da ba, manamalon, ba ba da ba. Yeah, that's a stupid joke. Yeah. I also like these little ones. If I use one side, I can just rip it off and just like still use the other. Yeah, this is gonna be like kind of like a unifying wash, but also remove some of the highlights with the reductive methods. So that shouldn't be too bad. Okay, hey, let's go. You're welcome. You're welcome. Once again, all the mouth albums are great because, like, I think genuinely he's really good at remixing, but also he uses his powers for evil, I guess. I think they're all great, but I can understand if you're like, oh god, no, please, no. I don't need a closer remix of Fireflies. But yeah, there we go. Let's start hitting everything with the sauce. But yeah, I'm just giving everything like a fine enamel coating. I'm curious how the enamel's gonna like really react with the cloaks. Oh, it doesn't seem too bad. It looks like the cloaks are rigid enough that I can like really get up in there, not fuck with it too much. Like, I think some of the gooch is just inherently going to be hard for me to reach because of that. Oh shit, I did nothing with the little... I was going to dry... Oh god, I was going to hit up both those areas. It's fine. It's fine. It'll still look good. Like a little bit for the base itself. For the base, I usually just like raw dog the enamel wash just because like I don't really need to thin that. There we go. All right, there we go. Let's blow dry it a wee bit just to kind of like begin to activate it. All right, there we go. And I got a bunch of makeup sponges. No, that's fair. There are definitely like earworm songs like that where you're like, oh god, please no, not again. I'm giving you shit, but I totally understand your plight. There we go. I think for the most part, it's like it's probably mostly like the horns and the skin. I think everything else can be mostly just kind of left. Probably highlight some. I've also been doing a lot of post enameling highlights and stuff, which I've been kind of finding is just like a workflow that I enjoy. Yep. Oh, okay. The song terminated super early. I was like, what the fuck? Didn't pull everywhere. All right. Looking pretty good so far. All right. Round 2 for this guy. I mean, oh yeah, you should. Oh fuck, I feel like I misread your thing earlier. Yeah, you definitely should do some Loyalist Death Guard. I mean, so that like, I do like that. Like for all the faults, that G-Dubs does leave little things where it's like, yeah, like the galaxy's a big place, and like you could probably have like some explanation for why like a Loyalist Death Guard, like especially if you do a thing where it's like some Death Guard, like I know that there was the thing where Mortarion did a deal for the souls of all the Death Guard. I was just like realizing that like I don't know. So this is like a piece of what's it called? Like bark. How did it get like a divot like that? Anyway, save it for ear. Oh yeah, I mean the entire mouth album is a treat if you ever just want to like use that for like I've heard some people say that they'll like slip mouth album remixes of songs into playlists and just wait for people to catch on. Because if you like, the nice thing about a lot of them is if you're not paying too much attention, you're like, I recognize this. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Wait, this isn't right. Hold on. It's pretty great. But yeah, I think, you know, like I'm curious. Like, I would need to look at the lore about the idea of like, you know, like if Marines were of Death Guard gene seed and then they became, what's it called? And they become. I guess I don't. So I know the mechanism of like. I guess it was just everybody on the Terminus Est probably at the time. So yeah, I guess if you were just like a like random Death Guard guy kicking out somewhere in the universe, you're probably fine. Maybe, I don't know. I need to see the Chaos Boggin that was struck to see if that works. Also, the fun thing at the end of the day, if you want to do Loyalist Death Guard, fuck yeah, do it. Who gives a shit? Once again, that's why I'm kind of pro fan fiction, because, you know, do what you want with your own minis. Hell yeah, I'm very pro doing that. Get all up into the various folds. This is also why I don't paint the rims until like the very final step for me is painting the rims, and that just feels great. That feels so good to do. Dude, heating up my hand. Yippee! So we got this that has like a little bit of pooling, so I can do that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That like Garrow was not alone. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, you could totally do that. And do that. And like every now and then you'll like, it's tricky because like unfortunately Nerds Online have made like, oh, does this Space Marine chapter like to siege? Clearly that means they have secret Iron Warrior gene seed. But like, that gets overblown a lot. But if you ever make your own custom chapter, or you take like an existing chapter that has like unknown gene seed, if you're like, well, these guys are Loyalist Death Guard, but they've been keeping it kind of on the DL for a while, I think that's totally fine. Yeah, I do love just like warp storms and time dilation as like a funny thing, because there also need to be excuses like your buddy is playing Gilliman, you're playing Gilliman, what the fuck? You're like, I don't know, time bullshit, or one of them secretly a demon or whatever. Self-fulfilling time paradox, well, you name it, who cares? Have fun with your minis. Did I actually get any on the back of the... I think I actually forgot just to put some there. You could do that unless the alternative is if you want the winner. Maybe the Alpha Legion is the winner though. Hmm? Maybe it is all Keikakudori. There we go. As the internet say. Yeah, that one has kind of been one that I find really annoying because like they do have a lore explanation for their shit, and I find that significantly more interesting. I might be butchering some of this, so if someone please correct me if I'm getting some of the details wrong. Is that, yeah, they're Terran, I don't think they're loyalists. Okay. From what I understand, the lore is that like Corvus Corax did not like slavery. And a lot of the Terran Night Lords, Terran Ravengard. Oh, I could say that. Fuck, hold on. Let me maneuver a little bit. So, here we go. Yay! Let's go. If you do not know, everyone, this is my wonderful Snake Nana. She is doing very, very legit. She's moving now. She's wiggling. She's free. She's come out of her torpor, which is nice. Oh shit, are you pushing? Oh shit, are you pushing? Are you pushing? All right, well, right now you are at Senior Plus. If you get one more, there's a random chance you could be treasurer. Yeah, there we go on. But yeah, also, how you doing, Birdmouse? How you doing? Yeah, with that, I'll try. It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, welcome to the high senior rank of the official Nanners fan club. Hell yeah! How you doing, Birdmouse? How you doing? I'm enameling the lads. Good long weekend. Wait, are you saying long? Unfortunately, the guild does not give me any holiday for Easter, which is kind of bullshit. But whatever. Whatever. At least I don't think so. Anyway. I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly certain. Fairly certain I don't get any. No, it's all good. Listen. The guild's take on the holidays is very strange, and I would not wish that for everyone. I had a fun Easter too. I did so I didn't do like a proper, Easter egg thing, but like at the one of the shops we were at, we got together and did like a crafting day. And that was really fun. We got to work on projects together and hang out with friends, and it was a good time. I think that's all I could have really asked for, like an Eastery thing. Like, hiding eggs and, candy, it's, that's fine. That's but like I can hide eggs and eat candy all I want as a grown-ass man. I don't know why I would hide eggs, but candy's easy enough to do. But yeah, I'm glad you had a good time. It's really fun. Like, I do understand that, like, it's also really weird because of once again, my local group knows I'm a VTuber. They got recommended my videos, and also, like, for them, it's not that hard to find my shit. But they're like, yeah, sometimes I like craft and watch your stuff, and I'm like, oh, I don't mind. It's just very funny. It's very funny when life interacts in that way. But yeah, the yapping was really fun too. We got to talk about like campaign stuff and stuff we were working on. And one of my friends has just tried out Dirty Down for the first time, so he's getting used to that. Hi, how locals. Hi. There we go. We're doing the highlights on the areas I want to bring back some brightness to, aka the skin. Kind of weird because like the way these like get used, it's like the tips are really important because I want to be able to like read shit. But those are arguably the bits that burn out the quickest in terms of the, like just pure like raw usage. So there we go. So Dirty Down for a new campaign. It's a rust effect. It's like a really really good rust effect, but it's really finicky and requires a lot of handling. But it's like, if I remember right, it came from more like the I think it came from like the kind of cosplay world where it was used for like a lot of costuming stuff because it's just really really baller. Yeah. Dirty Down is like real fucking legit. But also it like reactivates with water. It's just like it's strange because it doesn't really behave like anything else in the miniature painting hobby. But it makes really, really, really realistic looking rust, which is really, really handy. Because, it turns out that like things that are horrible and rusty are just like really common in mini painting. So yeah, really good. Oh hell yeah, let's go. I didn't realize that Makari had a book. Wait, just to double check, Makari's the flag bearer for Grazgul, right? I think. I will fully admit that my orc lore is like lacking. I'm gonna laugh when it turns out Makari is a. Oh, there we go. Because the funny thing is, if you also told me that Makari was the name of a dark Dark Eldar, I would also believe you. It's like one of those names that, like, unless you know, could probably go either way, really. No, this big boy. So many folds. So many delicious folds to paint. Yippee! Let's go. Yeah, that's what's like someone's asking about like why I like painting flesh. It's just fun. It's just you get so many like details and variations and like little fun identifying bits, and like working with skin's fun too. Oh yeah, because I didn't like there was like I'm vaguely aware that he saw like there was like an explosion or something, and he got to like sort of peek behind the curtain of how orc reincarnation works. There's like something weird there. That's like the whole current like orc like Great Gring thing, which is like them trying to pull orcs away from the warp. I'm like vaguely aware of how that works, but that's like a whole area of like lore knowledge that I just don't really have like firsthand experience. I've only read one orc book, and I was sad. It was not as good as I was hoping. It was I mentioned this a lot. It was brutal cunning. And the orc bits were great, and all the mechanicum bits kind of sucked. I will say, though, I keep hearing that Big Daka is really fun, and that actually has like apparently it has a really fun Dark Eldar romance in it, which I'm like, oh shit, okay. The idea of replacing bickering nerds for 1,000,000 hours with Dark Eldar sounds way better. Holy shit. Sounds like a way more fun read. Because at the end of the day, you want the orc books to be fun. I mean, not all of them need to be fun, but in general, you're picking up an orc book for fun unless it's like a Grayskull. Even I think even the Grayskull books are probably pretty fun. Also, Fairylicious Witch, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? I am currently doing some enamel layering on my Blightkings. It's going pretty well. Oh yeah! Oh, straight up! Oh, so like, I still want to enter the Smash Bash competition this year. I have plans. I need to wait till I'm fully moved so I can work on them. What was really legit though, so I ordered. Oh, this guy actually. Oh, there we go. This is the miscast like permadeath mini he made near the start of his blog. As like, this is going to be kind of a limited run mini for this thing. And I was like, oh, you know, I've been watching your shit for a while. It'd be cool to throw you a couple bucks and also get your mini. Because of that, apparently I was put on a list, but a good list, not a bad list. Specifically, they sent out a model magazine, like not like a zine, like a catalog, like getting old Lego catalogs back in the day. I was like, I haven't felt this feeling in so long. I think actually, you know, once I get all the enamels done, I'll go grab that. It won't take too far to get. It won't be too hard to get. And I can kind of show because it's legitimately a very cool thing for a company. Mind you, they're mostly like a indie artist collective, but it's like that's cool. That's fucking rad. Hey, it's totally fair. It's totally fair. I start typically a couple of hours earlier, so if you ever want to catch my stream in more UK friendly times, that would be the way to do it. Yeah, I will say something like if you miss old internet, also looks like we ran on this, so that's fine. Like if you miss like a lot of older things, like do you miss like magazines, like printed magazines? Do you miss catalogs? Do you miss blogs? A lot of them exist in the fringes of mini painting. Like you're not gonna go like, you know, you're not gonna get that from like John Warhammer himself. But like if you start looking into what the weirdos are doing, they're doing it. It's real. It's very nice. Yeah, I want to go to. Also, thank you for the Matthew the Bit for Adepticon. I do want to go. I wanted to go to Adepticon this year. I want to do a lot of traveling this early year. Fuck my landlord. God damn it. Goddamn son of a bitch. Fuck my landlord. I'm gonna, you know, life has given me lemons. I'm gonna make fucking lemonade, but I'm still pissed. All right, it's all good. It's all good. Sorry, I've been my landlord sold my house recently, so all my travel plans for the year have been kind of put on hold a bit. But yeah, I do a lot of like using like a lot of fun materials, and like these guys' cloaks are made of like glue and tissue paper. I'm currently doing an enamel wash on them, which is fun because you can like dry that a little bit and remove it. But yeah, I do want to go to Adepticon. There's like a local convention that I cannot name. Before that's coming out, I think like near the end of summer, that I'm curious about, which also will be kind of neat. Yeah, it's easy to like. It do be like that, yeah. All right. So how you doing, Minnie? How you doing? I'm currently enameling the big boys, as one do. These guys are also taking significantly less sponges than I expected, which is kind of nice. There we go. Yeah, we can see those like highlights I did earlier also kind of like don't require like... I was like curious if I did like really chunky highlights on some stuff before I got to this stage. And the answer apparently is the chunky highlights actually totally work. The chunky highlights totally work, and I can go back to do like the finer glazy shit later. Which yippee. Yeah, so the Mouth albums straight up are like 3 hours and some change. There's a lot of song in there, but yeah, no, they are limited to some degree, unfortunately. So now we're listening to the Maria Holic OP because I've had this fucking OP stuck in my head a million billion years. I should rewatch Maria Holic. I remember that being a fun show. If I remember right, the idea, it's the premise of it is that like the main character lady moves to an all-girls school, and her secret is that she is a wild, raging lesbian in this all-girls school. And then the other main character is the like I think the grandson of who owns the all-girls school. And there's like a tradition in the family to like inherit an establishment or something like that, where you cross-dress and attend school there. Like he has a sister that is currently cross-dressing in the all-boys school. And I think they're kind of doing like a mutual secret keeping, and then also comedy. I remember it being a pretty fun show. I don't remember a lot of the exact details, but I remember they have like a cat lady who's like the goddess of their dorm, and it's a pretty fun it's a pretty fun little. Also, both the OP and the ED fuck immensely. Both the OP and the ED are really really good. This is the ED. It's a lot more chill, but the OP is like really 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 good. Yeah, it used to be recommended a lot more, but unfortunately, like I don't think a lot of people recommend older anime that's not like really big, flashy budget, like 80s over. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh man, anime used to be so good," but like honestly, a lot of the stuff I grew up on like the 2000s and stuff was like pretty legit. It's just inherently in that really rough transitional period where they were moving to computer stuff, so like, you know, it's harder to, you can't really put Maria Holic on like a big like Sakuga like Twitter feed. It looks less crazy impressive because, you know, it's a goofy comedy show at the end of the day. And then also this, if you're like, how, what are you doing with Brick? The answer is I want to use this for my stream. I want to digitize this, but for that to work, I want to watch it. Yeah, I gotta get back into Genshin. I was reading the manga for Genshin, which is fucking amazing. Like, I mean, like, the manga so far, like where I was reading, wasn't like crazy good or anything. But what I really liked, it's just like such a, like, I love time capsule media. I like media that gives a point of time that doesn't exist anymore, and you get to just like really like bathe in it. Yeah, I want to use this as a texture. I want to try to do like what the Jack King Spooner does and use like a digitized object for my. I've been having the idea if I really want my VTubing to be more mixed media. I want to try to mix media a bit more if I can, because otherwise I've been practicing the skill that has a hard time moving over to my VTubing self, and I think I can make it work. I don't think it's impossible. Hey, it's all good. It's all good. Have yourself a good sleep, Fairylicious, and take it easy, yo. Yeah, I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it real. And for that, I printed this little dungeon tile, and I'm gonna try to make it a thing and see what it looks like. I figure for this experiment, a dungeon tile is incredibly, you know, it's like pretty straightforward. Like this is not the most complex bullshit thing ever. I want to try, like, I kind of like the idea of doing like building like a piece of terrain and like setting my stream in it. Like a little like ruined Mordheim building or something. But this is a very early proof of concept test. There we go. Solid crusty brick. Yippee. All right, let me put my enamel stuff up because I'm not doing it today. I don't think so. Yeah, all the lads have to dry. That's fine. This song is sketchy. I'm bouncing. Take all these Q-tips I didn't use and just throw them forward on my desk, and I'll deal with that later. But yeah, well, let me show you my catalog. This is gonna take like a sec. It does have identifying details on the back, but, you know, I got masking tape. I can make that real. Let's see. So let me zoom out. This motherfucker on there. There's also the benefit this is no longer going to be my address very soon. So let me get like, oh god, this is still kind of showing. Let me get like a couple layers of this masking tape on here. Barely missed a section. Go, man. Airtight grip. I'm gonna make sure it's got that good grip. That good grip everyone craves. All right. Let me double check. Anti-docs tape. Sick. Okay, there we go. Anti-docs tape has worked. Yippee. Let me zoom out a little bit. So yeah, this is the Smash Bash Miniatures catalog, which I got in the mail for free. Mind you, it is functionally an advertisement, but it's really cool. You can see like this is like a small group of people that do like metal hand-casted minis. How to order, also QR codes, I guess, if anyone wants to scan those. They talk about Sunrot, which is like a kind of like card-based TRPG they got going on. It's a very like free-form game where it's like you have like a little deck of cards. Also, they got minis for it too, which is neat. Just doing a little magazine show. Yeah, they got some official minis for it. Like, I also like that they do it in black and white. This is like very like old Games Workshop magazine. I really like that Probability Devourer. I do like that big. I also really like this negation. You're gonna be surprised to find out that I like the thing that's mostly like braying malice and horror. So got some little dorks, as one does. Look. Also, once again, it's also nice because like this is an ad, but also I love seeing people print minis and put them in books and shit. There we go. We got the rest of Sunrot bullshit. Yeah, I love tactile shit. Here's a Guards of Hecate, which is like Anna Polanczyk. She does like really, really good sculpting. I've been a big fan of her work for fucking years. So she's got like a whole kit bash set. Do you want some weird naked fat fucks? I think this is TOS. It's fine. Maybe get one of these blind boxes might be fun. That might be a fun stream of like I just get one of these blind boxes and just make a lad and paint him. Also got this fun like build your own ogre kit. Golem kit, my bad. I've got some like wizardy bullshit. Got some a knight that rides a pig. I'm gonna wait till my living situation settles before I buy some bullshit. But I do think that'd be a fun stream. Yeah, this is Miscast Trent. I've been a big fan of his stuff for a while too. Hey, there's a mini I bought. So I bought this mini for a while ago. And then apparently they put me on the list, but like a good list. Some other minis of his, and here's some of the stuff's painted. For me, it's not a loss in transit. It's like, I think I'm going to be good financially, but I want to wait before I do dumb frivolous spending, if that makes any sense. Also, Mold. I've been a big fan of Mold. Mold is one of my, I really love their work. They did like a spooky little warband thing, which I enjoy. And then after that, it's like some like shirts and stuff. Nothing too crazy at this point. Some more. Smash Bash is a competition I want to enter this year. This year's theme is teeth. And also you can if you own a store, you can stock Smash Bash stuff. Yippee! Let's go. Gotta show off 2 magazines on stream, which is 2 more than I usually show off. Yippee! One of these days, I really need to do like a crazy deep cling on my brush. Hold on. I'm just doing that real quick before I forget. The sad thing is that like acrylics you can remove from brushes pretty easy. Enamels are a whole other like it's one of the downsides to the medium, but the results are good. I'll sacrifice a brush to the altar of looking legit. And with that, I believe it's time to wrap up streams. Pause the music so I can... Let's go to the chatting screen. Oh, wow. And yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. This is last week's schedule. We will be back to your regularly scheduled 3 streams a week. So tomorrow for movie night, we are watching The Legend of Chun-Li. We're going to be watching a real bad movie. We're going to be watching a really, really, really bad film. I'm pretty sure it's bad. I've not seen it, but I have to imagine it's not great. Tuesday, I'm probably gonna be painting the Trench Crusade chicken. Or maybe I don't know. I don't know exactly what I'm painting on Tuesday. Tuesday will be painting, probably the big chicken. Thursday will be Half-Life 2, and on Sunday, I mean the Blightkings aren't gonna be done yet. The enamel is definitely gonna help, but they'll need a little bit more work. So maybe I'll work on them. Maybe I'll work on them and some Death Guard. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, with that, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. YouTube people, I'm gonna cut you loose while I look for raids. So bye, YouTube people. Bye bye.